Stable. I think it's coming.
coming
I think it says it's unstable. But
Yeah.
let's hope it. This is the first time I've gotten there to the opportunity for YouTube. So it looks like it's coming now. I'm so sorry.
It's telling it. It's okay, Linda. The other thing that might help, because I have the same trouble at home, is if you shut your video off. That helps a little bit.
Okay. I think we're streaming now. So.
Okay. Yep. It says live on YouTube. Are we recording?
I'm going to start it now. I'm so sorry, everybody.
No worries. All
Recording.
Good. All right. Thank you.
Thank you for your patience.
Doug, I'm getting Doug has entered the waiting room, but you're in right now, right?
He's there.
You're muted though.
Okay.
I didn't want to ignore you, but I didn't want to let you in again.
So we good?
We are ready for the 6:55 board meeting.
Okay. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Averill Park Central School District Board of Education meeting on this Monday, September 14th, 2020. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. And with that, we will move right into item number 2, the superintendent's report.
Okay, good evening. I think if you want, we'll go out of order a little bit and have Heather start. So we'll skip right to her if she's ready to go. Do you need me to share a screen with you, Heather?
I can share the presentation.
Okay.
It looks like. Nope, I cannot. That's okay. I can go through. It's just a one-page document. That's just a summary of the audit results.
I have it. I thought, Jim, you were going to give me the ability to share.
Yep. Hold on one second.
Heather, why don't you start while they're working on
Okay.
that? Go ahead.
So
Okay.
I've met with the audit committee and we went through the financial statements in detail. So this is very abbreviated, but we issued our audit report. Our opinion on the financial statements is that they are fairly stated in all material respects in accordance with generally accepted accounting principles. So that's considered a clean report. The highest level of assurance that we can provide. There's a section A, your management discussion and analysis. It's a really important section. A lot of good information in there. It's kind of a plain language approach to the financial statements as well as the activity that happened this year, and gives just some further information and explanations of the ins and outs. B1 and B2 are your district-wide financial statements. They're presented on the full accrual basis of financial reporting, and it includes all your governmental funds, all your long-term assets, and all your long-term liabilities. Overall, the net position of the district is at a deficit of $103 million on these full accrual financial statements, and that's mostly driven by your other post-employment benefit liability that stands at $159 million. So this is the retiree health insurance portions of the district pays for. This would be the actuary calculation, assuming all the facts and circumstances that are present right now. You have no way to set aside any funds related to this liability, but that's really what causes you to be in this net position, because you aren't allowed to put aside any money for that. Right now, you budget for it as you're required, which is a pay-as-you-go basis. So you budget for the expense annually. Overall, your district share of your participation in the employees' retirement system, as well as the teachers' retirement system, is a net liability of about $2.5 million. That's also an actuarial determined number. So it's all based on a bunch of estimates and assumptions that are provided by the state. On B3 and B4, those are your governmental fund financial statements. This is presented more on modified accrual or current available resources. The general fund has restricted fund balances general fund and debt service of about 5.9 million. There's a footnote that details what that specifically is made up of. The unassigned fund balance in the general fund is at 2.1 million, which is below the 4% limit by real property tax law. And then there's general fund revenues and expenditures. Those were exceeded, your revenues exceeded your expenditures by 1.2 million prior to any interfund transfers. And then there's a couple schedules that go into some further detail on that. Some footnotes, just some, footnotes, pages B7 to B41. So there's a lot of information in there. Some highlights, pages B13 to B16 has your breakout of fund balance. It gives some further information on what fund balance is made up of, as well as what those reserves can be used for. Pages B32 to B34 gives information on the debt that the district has, so your serial bonds and your payment schedule. Pages B37 to B41 gives further information on GASB 75. So that's that other post-employment benefit liability, gives you information on assumptions and all of that. And then there's a new footnote in here that we wanted to highlight on page B41. It's for contingency. So this is a disclosure related to COVID and the impact that it had during the 1920 school year, as well as the impact for 2021. It just basically alerts the readers to the fact there are quite a few unknowns at this point, and highlights some concessions that the governor has made in related to 2021 school year. Pages C1 and C2 is general fund revenue and expenses. So it's a budget to actual. So the general fund has a voter approved budget. So you have a budget that you have to comply with, and there are revenue schedules and expenditure schedules. Overall, your revenue is just under budget at 0.4%. Your expenditures are, actually your revenue is over budget by 0.4%. Your expenditures are under budget by about 4% this year. That is pretty consistent with what we're seeing with other districts in the 1920 school year. Obviously, there were some unexpected things happening during the year. And what we've been finding is that revenue was a little bit lower perhaps than you expected, and expenditures were also lower than originally expected. Pages E1 and E2 is our auditor's report on internal control. There was no findings to report, so we did not identify any significant deficiencies or material weaknesses in internal control, nor did we have any non-compliance that were required to report to you. There's also a section of your financials related to the single audit. So because you receive over $750,000 in federal awards, you're required to have a single audit in accordance with federal guidelines. So there's a couple reports in there, your report on compliance, and then our consideration of your opinion on compliance. So we did not have any findings to report related to internal control, and our opinion is that you did comply in all material respects with the directed material compliance requirements for your major program. This year, the finding that the major program was a child nutrition cluster, so it kind of rotates every year based on certain criteria that we're required to evaluate, but there was nothing to report. And overall, you received federal funds of 1.2 million, so you're definitely over the 750,000. And then there's a summary on page F5 that kind of goes through a summary that says that all the reports that were issued were clean reports, and that we didn't have any findings that were required to report to you. We also, issue every year your extra classroom activity report. And there we also issued a clean opinion saying that your financial statements are presented in accordance with the cash basis of accounting. So that's a high level summary, but it communicates overall that the audit went very well, and that we didn't have any significant issues or problems during the audit, no significant adjustments throughout the year. So that is all I have. Any questions?
I just want to thank Heather and her team. I mean, it was a unique year where we did everything remote, communicated some Zoom meetings, telephone, email, and everything, and it went very well. But I'm looking forward. This is the craziest thing you probably ever heard, Heather. Looking forward to when auditors can come back in the building. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, it went well, and we appreciate everything that you and your firm do for us, and it's a great relationship. So thanks. And again, when we had the audit committee meeting earlier, we went through about an hour of a little bit more, quite a bit more in depth of the financial statements. But if there are any questions at any point, you can always check in with me, and And Heather is always available as a direct contact from the board leadership to
Mhm.
Marvin and Company, so that there's a direct line of communication between those responsible with governance, which is the board, and because the independent auditor is really your auditor. So, okay. Thanks, Heather.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you from all of us.
Thank you, Heather. Have a good evening. Feel free to stay on for the next few hours, but you're also
I will hop off.
accidentally disconnect. Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, so hopefully you can see my screen now. We'll go through the report. You might have heard that the State Education Department sent the below information out last week. We have not decided at this point if we're going to take advantage of this. Questar actually asked this question earlier today, and the results are still coming in. The vast majority of districts were with us in terms of being undecided. Just not a focal point right now for us, obviously, with the reopening, but it's actually on our admin agenda for Wednesday to discuss this. And what does it mean for our district? What will it look like? What are the pros, the cons? So we'll look into whether or not the snow day flexibility is something that we want to take advantage of. Our social media data, Brian has been doing for us a report once a month. And once again, I think our presence on the social media front is just overwhelmingly impressive. Brian does a great job for us. And it's just like anything else. It's the information that he's being fed by faculty and staff and administration, and then the work that he does with it. But when you look at the work, and again, we kind of randomly chose these districts to kind of get a cross sampling of smaller and bigger and urban and suburban and neighbors and all sorts of kind of districts to compare ourselves to. Our social media presence is pretty strong. This report breaks down, I shared it with the board and board notes in terms of what's getting viewed the most and comments and shares and clicks. But kind of put some cool stuff in here. It gives an idea of what people are looking at, what people are liking, and what's drawing the most attention. And yeah, I'm pretty proud of the work that we're doing in terms of connecting and communicating. Our flashing beacons at Algonquin are on. For those who've been around for a while, you know this has been a multi-year project with our working with the Department of Transportation. They've been very supportive in helping us. We've done quite a bit over there to reduce the speed limit, to get rumble strips in the shoulder. And now we had the flashing beacons up, then we got them solar powered. That was actually a suggestion, I believe, from Peter, if we could get that done. And again, DOT's been fantastic in getting through the process with us, and those are now working. Kind of keeping with the community partner theme, we're going to serve as one of the 4 locations for the take back events by the county. Working with the county executive's office and the county's heroin coalition. As I shared in the board report, one of the very unfortunate side effects, I guess, of the pandemic and the closure is the social and emotional impact it's having on our community. And opioid deaths are up quite a bit in our county, especially in comparison to this point last year. So they've not been able to have these take back events. So we are working with them to just provide a location. And again, we've had a very good relationship with the coalition and the sheriff's office, and just happy we could help out there. And then I know this has been in the news a lot, so we just wanted to kind of briefly mention the state aid cut. We understand that these cuts have been made and there's the potential for them to be made. The cuts are being called temporary and are tentative. We know there's a chance they could become more permanent and could occur more often. I think what's important to note is the schools, the urban schools, our colleagues are being more heavily impacted by this, just the way the state aid allocations run. So we are not being as impacted as others, thankfully for us. But our plan has been to move forward with reopening. We felt it was really important to keep pushing forward to operationalize what we had planned, to get our students in for in-person learning, to establish those relationships, to build normalcy, And if we're forced to go to remote due to the COVID situation, that's one thing, but we are not planning on going that way for the financial situation. We'll reevaluate it, we'll monitor it, we're obviously on it, we pay close attention to this stuff, but we're feeling that we're in a pretty solid position. So just wanted to share that because I know that's, as I said, out there, out and about. We have our celebrations of success video that Brian put together for us. I'll play that for you now. So as you can see, a lot of great things going on. That kind of finished up the summer with some of the work that we're doing around the campus, and then transitioned into our opening day and the very positive start that we've had. It's now been 4 successful days. So we're very thankful for the way things are going and the work that's been done to allow that to happen. So thanks to Brian for putting that together for us. And then last but certainly not least, we postponed our 10-year reception from June in hopes that September would bring the opportunity to celebrate together. And obviously we're virtual today, but even if we weren't, it would be really difficult to bring a larger group together and have cake and food and all the stuff that we usually do. So even though we're sad that we can't be together and can't share like we usually do, Brian, once again, put together a really fantastic video that we wanted to share with everyone. And this was just to celebrate and to recognize our 10-year candidates. So I'll play that for you as well. All right, and that concludes the superintendent's report.
Thank you. That moves us to item number 3, the public comment section, which community members who are seeking to provide questions or comments to the board should email them to the district clerk, and that link to Linda's email address is on the agenda. Moving on to item number 4, the consent agenda. Do I have a motion?
Megan,
Thank you, Megan. Second?
Peter,
Thank you, Peter. Discussion?
I want to thank the individuals who, I want to thank we have a teacher who's going to be retiring in January. I want to thank her for her service to the district, and, let her know we appreciate her years of service to the students that live in the community. And I want to thank all of the individuals who have put in all the time and effort to put the reopening back in place.
Yes. Agreed. Anne, did you have a comment?
No, I was trying to make a motion and I was too late.
Okay. Any other comments? Okay, hearing none.
did I see
Oh.
Mark on the
Yes,
logged in?
yes.
I know we had a discussion in leadership about the coaches' assignments and everything, and how, because of the delays, how we're going to handle their stipends, especially if there are conflicts in the spring. I wonder if he could address that.
Yeah, so the spring season, well, the 3 sports actually, they got moved to the fall 2 season, which they're calling it, which will start in March 1st. That's football, girls volleyball, and football cheerleading. And that is supposed to be concluded right now, tentatively, by May 1st. And the state came out and said that spring season was going to start on April 19th. However, it looks like in section 2, we are not going to start, as of now, things change by the minute and by the day, but as of now, we are not going to start until around May 1st. So in that case, there wouldn't be any conflicts between those 2 seasons.
You had a couple questions in there, Peter. Did he answer all your questions?
Well, that's the schedule, but how, I think we've approved stipends for fall coaches. And I'm just wondering how we're going to handle that. Do we
At
need
this,
to
at this point, we really haven't gotten very far with that, to be honest. We were kind of waiting to see what we did for the seasons. It's on the list tomorrow for cabinet to kind of get through and figure out. We just don't know at this point anything about the winter or the spring or the fall too, all these different seasons. So we're kind of at this point in a holding pattern until we can figure out exactly what we're doing and how long it lasts. The plan is to open up on the 21st with athletics and then kind of base our stipends around that. But certainly something we need to dive into as we get closer to this.
Okay, thank you.
Any other comments or discussion? Okay. Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
I,
Nays? Abstentions? Okay, so it passes unanimously. Thank you. moving on to item number 5, the district goals. I know Jim has addressed these in board notes, but certainly we want to have an opportunity to discuss this. So can I have a motion to approve the district goals for the 2021 year?
I'll
Megan,
make the motion.
Okay, so I think it was Ann and
Yeah.
Peter. Does that sound right?
I was Doug and Peter, I think, actually.
I just raised my hand.
Oh,
'cause it
okay.
got loud.
Yeah,
So Doug, seconded by Peter. Discussion.
Jesse, I have a video from Matt describing goal number 3.
Okay, great. Because that's, so the first two, let's just remind everybody, the first two goals were the same as they were last year, as we're making continuous improvement on those. And the third goal is different from prior years because we thought we've come a long way with that one and we're ready to move on to take on this new goal, which I guess Matt will present.
Exactly.
Before you start, just can you reiterate what goal 3 was?
Yep. So the first 2 goals have been the goals. This is my 4th year, right? So since I've been back, we've had the same goals, and 1, 2, and 3 were the same. Goal 3 was about data. It was the use of data
Right.
to ensure
Right.
student growth. So our plan all along was to, in theory, if it worked out, was to eventually be able to drop goal 3 and the use of data, because it wasn't going to be a goal, but just something we did. But the
Right.
plan was to try to institutionalize it, and that required quite a bit. And we've really made some great strides, especially in the last year or so. It's something that's really Matt's kind of forte and strength and has really helped us out with. So at this point, with the foundation that we built, with what we've done last year, we really feel like that is, I won't say checked off, it's just part of what we do now. So
Oh, yeah.
we wanted to move on to a third goal, keeping 1 and 2 the same, because the overarching things that we're trying to do is graduate our students, college and career ready, and make sure they're engaged. So those things are never going to go away. And if you remember, and you're going to get presentations on this again as we go through, the objectives and the action steps that follow from those goals. So we have that vertical alignment. We'll follow through that, again, hopefully very closely tied together. We're behind this year, right? Because in the past, we've done that work over the summer. We had planned on doing it this summer. We ended up postponing it because we really wanted to focus on the reopening. We had a speaker coming in. We were going to do some work with our PLCs. We had a great plan. And at the last minute, based on feedback that was correct and accurate from our faculty, we really need to focus on the reopening. So we kind of pumped the brakes on that, spent our 2 days of DLT on the reopening part, spent our 3 conference days before the year on reopening. And really, literally, the first day of school, we had our DLT, our district learning team meeting. And that meeting was when we began this conversation with our teacher leaders on goal 3, changing from data to the digital fluency piece. So we're starting that. We're just later than we usually are because we had to reprioritize our time. So that's sort of set up. That's sort of the context. Does that answer the?
Oh, very much. I just,
Okay.
as soon as you said data, it was right there. Thank you.
All right, so we'll go with Matt's. Again, he apologizes he couldn't be here in person, but we weren't going to let him get off that easy. So we made him do this video.
Good evening. For the past few years, these have been our 3 district goals, and they've served us well as we've been working to meet our district mission of meeting the needs and creating opportunities for every student every day. As our work has been developing, it's been important to analyze the purpose of these goals and to determine if we really aren't addressing any important facets of our students' education. This year, we felt that goal number 3, which focused on how our staff is using data, has really become part of our culture at this point, and it's embedded in the work that we do to ensure that we're meeting goals 1 and 2. There's really no discussion regarding those first 2 goals that can't be done without using data to measure our progress. So rather than make it its own goal, we really felt that the data should and would be part of all 3 goals for this current school year. So we've changed goal number 3.
Jim, I think we lost audio when you muted.
Digitally fluent by demonstrating the ability to live productively and safely in a technology-influenced society. There's a lot that we can encompass in that goal, and it's critical, probably now more than ever, that we shift our focus in this direction. We've seen over the past few months, and certainly through our closure, firsthand how critical it is that our students be able to navigate independently their own digital worlds. The importance of being able to produce and create, collaborate digitally has been critical to our success in students working virtually with each other and with their teachers. Additionally, as we think about our one-to-one, which is now expanded to our middle school and high school, it's important that we focus on why we're doing that. It's very easy to buy equipment and state that our students are now digitally fluent simply because we gave them a device. The hard work and what we're about to see in our district is that we need to ensure that what they're doing with that device has allowed them to be more productive, more efficient, more creative, and that their interactions with their classmates and with their teachers are safe, appropriate, and secure. And that's really what Goal 3 encompasses. It's not just having technology, it's using technology in the right ways. Goal number 3 is really the result of standards that were distributed in draft form this past year from New York State. It's expected that these standards will likely be adopted in the next 12 months, but I think it's still appropriate to start the conversation here at Averill Park right now. So why were these standards developed? It actually came out of legislation in 2018 requiring that the State Education Department present standards to the Board of Regents for approval, and that was done in January. And why did we need to develop these standards? It's because of the world that we're living in. We know that the technology, knowledge, and skills for our students are vital for them to be able to participate fully in life, work, and in citizenship. It represented the essential knowledge and skills of these areas that students should possess. Those 21st century skills that we've been talking about for now 20 years haven't gone away, and we need to continue to cultivate them. We've seen the improvement in the job market in computer and information technology occupations. It's projected to grow 13% from 2016 to 2026, faster than any other occupation. All told, those occupations will project to add about 500,000 new jobs across our country. For all the other occupations that aren't necessarily focused on computer information technology, they still require medium to high level technology skills. And there's really no jobs requiring no technology skills. We haven't seen a growth in that area. Those jobs are shrinking. So really any jobs that our kids are going to be going into after high school and college will require some aspect of technology skills. It's important that we help to let those skills grow while they're here as a student at Averill Park. Lastly, as part of the ESSA plan that New York State submitted to the federal government, they indicated that they're going to work with stakeholders to provide guidance regarding digital literacy for students. So all of these things were kind of wrapped up into the standards that were recently released in draft format. There are 5 concepts of those standards. I'm not going to get into the great detail with each one, but I wanted to make sure you were aware of how those standards were developed. They're focused on 5 distinct areas. Impacts of computing, which you think about it is, the ethics about it. How have computers really impacted us as global citizens? Computational thinking is really that computer science aspect of it, the programming, how to make things move on a screen, what goes into an application, a widget on a phone. Networks and systems design, that's the old-fashioned, how does a computer work? How does the computer talk to the internet? Cybersecurity, we've talked about for many, many years, and that's our student safety online. It's making sure they understand privacy, the risks involved with websites and message boards and email. So it's that netiquette aspect of digital use. And lastly, digital literacy is really the tools, making sure they understand how to be successful, what tools they need to accomplish certain tasks. So those are ultimately going to go into the standards from which we will be developing all kinds of activities and curriculum across all our areas. I think it's important to note that this isn't really about a class that students are going to take in the high school. It's not about a special in the elementary level. It really has to be embedded in all areas of instruction across all grade levels. So we're looking to figure out where we're going to embed this K-12 in all content areas. I think the biggest thing to note with our goal and also with the standards is a deeper focus on digital fluency instead of digital literacy. For many years, the focus has been digital literacy. That's been the term that we've been using. When you think about what literacy really is, it's about being able to use tools, and that you can use those tools to create, to research, to communicate, to collaborate. It's really about it's a how-to. And again, just to reiterate, it's really a focus that should be done across all areas. So digital literacy should be part of social studies and art, and music and science. And it should be part of kindergarten, 4th grade, 8th grade, 11th grade. It's everywhere. It's really about how we use those tools to be successful. The shift in the focus of our new goal is really on digital fluency. And that's really a term that's emerging as a way of kind of talking about that next level of understanding. It's kind of a step beyond digital literacy. If you wanted to think about it in a non-technical way, being literate in a foreign language is really your ability to read and speak and listen for understanding. It's grasping that key vocabulary. That's literacy. Being fluent in that same foreign language would then allow you to take that next step, to be able to write a story, carry on a full conversation, develop a poem. So it's taking your literacy and doing more with it. All right? It's being able to transfer that to a deeper understanding. We kind of think of fluency in the digital world as being able to understand how to use multiple digital tools to, for example, give a presentation. You might be able to give a presentation with 5 different tools, but knowing the right tool for the right audience is fluency. It's knowing, I guess digital literacy would be like, I could take a picture and turn that into a virtual reality picture, a 360 panoramic. But it's also, when you think about fluency, being able to take that same picture and tell a story around it. So why did I choose to use VR? And then what is the story I'm going to tell using that same VR picture? That's fluency. So it's really that deeper understanding of why we use digital tools, and then how do we create something new and innovative using those same tools. So a lot of work being done in the world of digital fluency, and it's a key reason why we wanted to make it part of this goal. So we are looking forward to digging deeper into goal number 3. We expect that our buildings are going to start having conversations around goal number 3 so that we can develop our learning objectives and our action steps. So we look forward to presenting more information about goal number 3 in the future.
All right, so thanks to Virtual Matt for his presentation on digital literacy. Hopefully that explained things. I think it does a nice job with that difference between fluency and literacy, which is, I think for us, probably the most key aspect of it. So.
Yeah, he did do a great job. Thank you for that. Does anybody have any questions? Anything we want to discuss? I think Matt was pretty thorough, but it's, us up to us too. So.
Yeah, it was very thorough, and I thought that very well presented and explained, and the timing couldn't be better. It was a really smart move, I think.
Yeah. Anyone else have comments, questions? Chris, being a tech guy yourself?
Man, no, makes a lot of sense. I mean, listen,
Okay.
the data piece, I know is not going away anytime soon. But yeah, that fluency is definitely one that is so important. So it makes absolute sense to me, and I'm glad to see us kind of, I'll use a good IT consulting or pivoting towards fluency in the IT world.
Yes, thank you. And you're right, it's not going away, right? It's embedded now, the data. Okay.
Looks like Sam's got her hand up.
Okay.
I did, I was, that was, again, very well explained, and we're all going to be in the dust really, really soon, digitally speaking. At least I will. But what I did want to say, what I appreciated was that safety was taken into account, and that was included, because that's that's a little bit of my sort of thing, but I mean, it really is so important because so much can go so wrong so fast. And so having safety be part of that, I just want to say I appreciated that being worked into the goal from the onset there. So good job.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, well then I will call it to a vote. All those in favor of approving the district goals?
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
I actually think I heard everyone. Did I? If you're not going to say aye, anybody else? Okay, motion passes. Thank you. On to item number 6, to approve the memorandum of agreement by and between the Averill Park Central School District and the Averill Park Teachers Association and Lori Lossy Stevenson as attached.
Megan.
Thank you, Megan.
Doug?
Thank you, Doug. Discussion?
I just again want to thank Lori for her service to the district over the years and congratulate her on her retirement in January. And I hope that she has some nice, relaxing something coming up.
Agreed. Any other comments, discussion, questions? Okay, hearing none, we'll call it to a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And abstentions? Just making sure. Okay, so I think it passed unanimously. Thank you. On to item number 7, approve the memorandum of agreement by and between the Averill Park Central School District and the Averill Park Teachers Association regarding the reopening plan during the COVID-19 pandemic. Do I have
Megan.
a motion? Thank you, Megan.
Chris.
Thank you, Chris. I would like to thank the Teachers Association for their good work with this. I know our MOU was a model for other districts, and I really appreciate the honest and open discussion we've had with the teachers to make sure our reopening plan has been well vetted. So thank you so much. Other discussion?
You already said it all.
Okay.
I had one, yeah.
Yeah,
It was
go ahead. Go
it was
ahead.
very, so first of all, it was very thorough and just a lot, I appreciate a lot of like sort of explaining what is meant by X or Y. So I appreciate that. I did actually have a question just up like sort of plan versus reality that, so like, there's language in about like who would prefer not to broadcast live from their classroom or satisfy their own, like the choice of modality. And I actually, I've been like, in my getting kids online bubble, I'm definitely not digitally fluent. But is that actually happening? Like, I don't actually know who's teaching from where. Do we have teachers or like broadcasting from a home office? Just so that I'm informed, because I'm in my bubble, so I want to sort of, yeah, that was my question.
Yeah, I think the goal of the MOA was to somehow merge flexibility with consistency. And that's really been the challenge for us. And we wanted to respect the teachers and their professionalism and having them teach our students, regardless if they were in person or whether they were hybrid or whether they were virtual. So we were looking for flexibility to do that. So in some cases, I think that to answer your question, it depends on what grade and what specifically is going on. We were able to dedicate staff specifically for virtual in K-5, 6-12 much harder. And that ability to live stream enabled us to allow kids to have their choices of courses. That was a big priority for us. It was clearly a big priority from, I think, the board, from the faculty, from the students, from the parents. So it enabled people to do it, but yet we wanted to respect the professionalism of what can and can't be done, because some courses just doesn't translate as closely to. And for some people also, there was a preference there and a degree of flexibility or degree of comfortability with being broadcast and live streamed. So the goal of the MOA was to try to address all of that in a way that would work for everyone. We think it did the job. I guess as of day 4, the jury's still out officially, but we're optimistic about the direction things are going, and hopefully it works.
Yeah, and I mean, I appreciate that sort of flexibility. It looks like, and I'm assuming that there's some mechanism for like a pipeline for feedback of, if a modality needs to switch one direction or the other, you guys have some kind of pipeline to do that. So certainly the language is there for that. So hopefully it plays out that way should it need to happen.
Jim, did you have to deny any teachers who requested staying at home and broadcasting from home and insist that they come into the buildings?
I wouldn't use the word deny. We had people go through the process for accommodations, and that was worked out with our attorney. So we asked people to submit if they had a request and the rationale, and some reasons are acceptable and some are not based on the legal guidance that we're receiving and the ADA process. And, in terms of that, we were able to work with people the best we could. In many cases, it was providing different levels of PPE to provide more comfort and assurance. So I think kind of a mixture. We did not have as many requests as I know just from informal conversations as other districts. So from that point of view, it might have been a little bit easier for us to work through, but I think we're able to do it. Kim, you have been in the trenches on this much closer than I have. I don't know if I summed it up correctly or if I'm missing anything.
No, I think you summed it up. Like Jim said, we did engage in the interactive ADA process with a few different employees, with our attorney present. And I think we came to some good resolutions. We've provided folks some things they've asked for, as a reasonable accommodation. And, we will continue to work with people, to ensure that they are comfortable. Like Jim said, we've had a very successful 4 days, and we're looking forward to that continuing.
And Kim wouldn't say it herself, but she's done a fantastic job with this. This is the flow charts, literally plural, that we received from Jeff, whose people have been fantastic too. But it's been ever changing. It's been complicated. It's been complex. So her knowledge and her expertise has really been valuable here as she's has dove into this and enabled us to maneuver and manage this in a way that I think has been respectful of everyone's needs. People don't always agree, obviously, but I think we've been able to do it in a very professional and respectful way. And the association has been, advocates for their membership. And I think everything has worked, again, as of this point, has worked very well. So thanks to Kim for leading the charge on that for us.
I have a question. What are the contingencies, or what kind of worst case scenarios are being worked out in the avenue that we might have to go virtual, like fully virtual, should that happen? Like the situation like with Mahonison where they had to go virtual because they had, multiple administrators exposed. If we had that situation, how does this arrangement affect, is this affected by that, or is there a contingency in place for that?
Good question. I don't know. I think every situation is so unique and different. I think we'd have to kind of attack it separately. I think the MOA gives us some flexibility and gives us some common language and some common parameters to work around. keeping in mind that the plan we had to submit to the state had 3 plans within it, essentially, the remote, the hybrid, and the in-person. So if we were to be shut down, whether it's a building or a district level shutdown because of COVID-related issues, we would switch, or at least partially, into more of that remote model that's in our plan. I think it depends on the level of the shutdown and the length of the shutdown. Thankfully, we're not there yet, and hopefully we don't get to that point. But I think it's all very, very unique in terms of the who and the what and the when and the level and the spread and all those type of factors. So I think the MOA gives us that flexibility, but it gives us some parameters to work through. For us, it was the ability to live stream, is the ability to work on how to take attendance, right? Because how do you take attendance when kids are hybrid or virtual, and all these things which we're not built to do. So the MOA gave us some kind of common agreements. Again, we've had a really good relationship with NYSET and our APTA folks. There was stuff within the NYSET agreement that they were, concerned about, that there was NYSET guidelines. We wanted to make sure we honored that. So I think it just kind of provides a kind of a framework for us if we're in that boat.
Is there still fluidity in how all that's being executed? Like you had said, like, how do you take attendance? Like, is there just one way that that's being done?
I wish Matt was here to answer that part of it. He's been closer to the ground. I would say.
Where's that proverbial bus?
He's been much closer to this than I have in terms of the intricacies of the attendance piece. We've come up with a common way of doing it K-5 and a common way of doing it 6-8 and a common way of doing it 9-12. So through the use of Google and through having people check into meets, we have a plan in place. So I think it's, we used to talk a lot when Sharon was here about tightly coupled and loosely coupled, and that tight, loose, loose, tight combination. This is one of those where it really fits in. There's certain things you have to do because we have to do it, right? We have to take attendance. We have to provide new instruction. But we really wanted to provide some flexibility and looseness in that example for how that was being done, realizing that K is different than 8, which is different than 12, right? So we have 13 years worth of maturity and growth. You have different levels of faculty comfortability. You have different content areas. So I would say one way, I would probably argue no, but there's enough consistency that hopefully we're doing it in the same manner in general. So that's what I'd go with. If Matt was here, he'd probably have a better answer on that one though, so.
Thank you. Any other questions or discussion on this MOU?
Do you mind if I just go back to the ADA question for 1 second? Just so I make sure I understand that it's like somebody, the ADA, the regulations define like what accommodations can be made based on what the disability is, right? And so somebody may have, like, it may be more PPE, and then it may come to a point where it's, the home office kind of situation. But is there the language in the MOA doesn't seem as specific as that? Am I reading that correctly? And that, like, is there, if like for teachers, I know like our old kindergarten teacher had kids in the district, and so it's not ADA. So what is there, like a mechanism that, because I just didn't see it here, mechanism for teachers with kids in the district who opted virtually, but they still have to go in, or do they not? And as I'm saying this, I'm also feeling the kudos to you guys for your heads not exploding dealing with this. I do appreciate it. I just want to educate myself. I know there was a question in there somewhere. This is what it looks like to be home with your kids, virtually schooling them all day long. There's not much left in there by 7 o'clock.
I think what you're asking is outside of ADA, how did we
Yeah.
accommodate and work with? Well, and again, Kim can answer this better than I can, but the short answer is I think that the expectation is for the faculty members to be here, right? So that has been, unless they had an accommodation that was an approved accommodation, something that we had to accommodate, the expectation is that they would be here. You know, we've been able to make some adjustments and some changes, and you know, we've had some people who have even gone virtual in the short term, I'll put it that way, due to some things. So we've been trying to be flexible. I think for us, what we realize and what we've been saying is there's nothing more important to us than having the classroom teacher with those kids, whether it's the virtual teacher or the in-person teacher. We want them to be with the kids as much as possible. So in the situation where, using your example, Samantha, if a teacher had 2 kids, we would expect them to come to work, right? That's what they're obligated to do. But let's say one of their kids was sick, had to get the COVID test, had to wait for results, they were out for 3, 4, 5 days or something. We've been pretty clear that we're going to look at these situations individually, and each one again is sort of unique. But it's better for us, and by us I mean our kids, if that teacher is still teaching them. So we would rather have the teacher, if they're able to and willing to, work from home virtually because they have to be home with their kid for those 2 days, than to get a substitute just because we've drawn a line in the sand that if you're not at work, you can't, you know, possibly do it from home, and we're going to charge you a sick day, and because it's only punishing our students, right? So we've, again, tried to be very individual. Now, if the person's out for an extended period of time, or in the very unfortunate case, they had COVID and were actually sick and unable to perform their duties, again, that would be different. But, you know, if someone was exhibiting symptoms, had to get tested, or had a child getting tested, or a spouse, and they had to be quarantined, if we can work with them so that they are able to teach their class, that's our number one priority. And fortunately, I think the MOA in our relationship with the APTA is good enough that we can do that on a case by case, because again, we don't want the sub in front of the class if we don't have to. So.
Thanks,
Kim,
Jim.
did I miss
Kim.
anything on that one, Kim, or no?
No, I think, you know, as Jim said, we're taking things on a case by case basis. So, you know, there have been some, as he said, some situations where we've had to kind of temporarily, you know, accommodate a few things, you know, until folks are able to return to work, and each situation is a little bit different. So far, it's worked out, you know, well. And, you know, that would be, as Jim said, that would be our plan, you know, continuing going forward.
We've been pretty anti-cookie cutter in terms of how we handle these things, because everything is so different. And that goes back, you know, for me, for those around, you know, Steve and I used to have this conversation all the time at Algonquin. You have a code of conduct there as a guideline and as a set of documents, but each kid's situation is different, and how you respond to a disciplinary situation or how you respond to it's different based on the kid and the family. And you know more about them. They're not just widgets, and they're not just, if they did X, they automatically get Y. And this is sort of in that same boat with a different level. Each situation is so unique that it's obviously more time consuming and more complicated, but it's the right thing to do, we think. So we're willing to invest that time to do what is right. So.
No, Joe, I agree, Kim, and thank you. And again, just being able to sort of step outside the ADA framework when you can is important. Thank you.
Anyone else? Questions, discussion? Okay, hearing none, I'll call it to a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Okay, I think it passed unanimously. Thank you. Item number 8, approved to rescind the extended trip for APHS students to travel on an Adriatic Odyssey for spring break 2021.
Can I make a motion that we do both number 8 and number 9 at the same time? Because isn't it?
No, we have to do them separately because we're rescinding and reapproving. So Anne raised her hand for a motion. Do I have a second?
Megan.
Megan, thank you. Discussion? Okay, all those in favor of rescinding this trip for spring break 21?
Aye.
All the,
Aye.
aye. Opposed? Abstain? Okay, passes unanimously. Item number 9, to approve the extended field trip proposal for the APHS students to travel on an Adriatic Odyssey for June and July of 2022. Motion?
I'll do that.
Samantha? Thank you.
Chris?
Chris, second. Thank you, Chris. Discussion.
I have a couple.
Go ahead,
Thank you.
Anne.
Bless you. I think that was a sneeze.
Oh.
I just printed just the one page on the plan, points to consider. And I know this plan was originally, well, I believe that's the second go around, was the spring break 2021 attempt, which was obviously under different circumstances, as was the prior plan. One of the things that it says and things to consider was that one of the advantages of a school-sponsored trip is that the behavioral expectations are in place, clearly stated, enforceable with consequences during and after the trip. My comment to that is these kids, these students, I should say, will be graduated or at least done with school for that year at the time that this trip takes place. Also, I had another thing. My light isn't good in here where I highlighted, but it said that they will have to return to write an essay about their experience that will be published in the student newspaper. And again, I'm going by the timing of this trip. I guess what I'm saying is the fact that a decent portion of the students that are traveling will be graduated students at this point. And the remainder will be out of school for the summer. I really don't feel that this is a school trip because it's not during the school year. So I don't believe we should be voting on a trip that's not a school trip.
I agree.
you.
Yeah.
Peter, go ahead.
I just say I agree with Ann. It's a little
Chris?
bit
I do too.
situation.
I think that's a good point.
So I guess the only thing I'd bring up, folks, is I believe that this attachment that's here is talking about spring break of 2021. So I believe this letter may have been what had initially been put together as part of, for this trip. So I guess I just wanted to bring that up. It seems to me, at least when I read through it, that it was from the original proposal that had been submitted to us. I guess, to kind of echo what others are saying, it does seem like now they're making it so it's kind of separate from, it truly being a full school thing. I will say that, in the past, we've tried to at least set precedent with these types of items, and to date, having not made modifications specifically to this part of our, our updates that we're making now in terms of our board policy stuff, it's still kind of lingering out there. But so at the end of the day, I'm not sure I feel as compelled to say that it's not a school related trip, but I'd certainly go with the board if that's what the general consensus is.
I don't usually actually agree with Anne on these things, but in this particular case, I do. In that it doesn't really seem like a school trip, but also it's so far in the future, and not knowing or having any general idea of what's going to take place between now and 2 years from now, more than 2 years from now. I don't think that us voting on this would prevent them from continuing to plan if they wanted to attempt to do this 2+ years from now. But I just don't think that it's something that we would need to vote on at this point. And I probably would not vote in favor of this just because there's too many what ifs and there's too many things that don't relate to school.
So
function.
as far as timing goes, they usually bring these trips to us about a year and a half or a little bit more in advance. So this is not unusual in terms of timing, because we approved this about a year ago to go in the spring of 2021. So we approved it a little bit about 18 months in advance, and this is maybe 22 months in advance. So timing isn't that unusual on this, Megan. So just from that perspective, I just wanted to make that clear. They usually give enough time because the kids like to do fundraising and give the students enough time to be able to plan for the expense of the trip.
True, but to Ann's point is that at least partially the participants of the trip will no longer be students of the district.
Well, that is my understanding. If the students that are currently signed up, if you look at the list, the majority of them will have been graduated by the time the trip actually goes. So that's separate from the timing of approval versus the timing of the date goes. But the fact that we have students signed up currently that will be graduated is a different issue in my mind.
Yeah.
Doug, you said you kind of raised your hand.
Yeah, I agree with Ann. Is it a question that the attorney could review? Because it does involve whether they're students or not at that point in time. And I'm just worried about our liability then if they're not students, or if they are students and we didn't know that or didn't cover any liabilities adequately. Is it an attorney's question?
I think if we approved it, it could be an attorney's question, but I think that's still open to students who will be students at the time the trip is going.
Are you saying that there are students paid already for this trip?
Have started to pay, yes. That Jim sent that in the board notes. There was like 19 students currently signed up. And he gave the breakdown, which I don't remember off the top of my head, of how many were currently seniors, how many were currently juniors, and how many were currently sophomores.
Yeah, it looked like some have paid a fair bit and some have paid like 100 and, was it like $108 or something. But that was my question was, I know it's been sort of back and forth with EF tours, right? It's EF tours. And does anything that we do bear on any kind of refunds or moves that these families make in terms of where their money ends up, right? How they get their money back. That would be my big question is, if I don't want to leave somebody in the hole for money that they've already paid. So I'd want to make sure that that's covered.
I think what they need to do is give credit. But I mean, my suggestion is that we table it. There's just a lot of unknown questions here.
And I think that makes sense to me, Peter.
Yeah, me too. I would second that.
Okay, so can we have what information is missing? Because we have the information on what the tour entails, and we have information on the potentials or the students that have currently signed up, and we have information on the new date of the tour. So what further, just so we know, so we can gather that information appropriately, I think, Jim, what information do you find missing to not be able to vote on this tonight?
Excuse me, Jesse. They
Yeah.
also indicated how if someone was unable to participate, whether it's due to COVID or any other circumstances, they did outline in something that I read that they could get vouchers, they could take the money that they've spent so far and transfer it to someone else. They could be refunded less cancellation fee. There were several options that they did outline for those that would not go.
Yes, I read that also.
Yeah, it definitely seems that EF Tours been very flexible, which I think they certainly would be wise in this day and age that we're in. But yeah, between the vouchers, transferring to another student and such, there's to Jessica's point, there's quite a bit of information that was shared in our board report regarding the trip that may be helpful for reference as well. But do people have specific questions that they need answered?
Well, I think to Doug's point, and where we would bring in Jeff, is how do we handle liability between current students and students who are graduated? What is the district's responsibility there? To me, that's a big question.
I wonder if that is even how, I mean, going back to the nuts and bolts of it, how do we define in our policies, because we love our field trip policy, how do we define a field trip? I mean, I don't, at least in my understanding, I don't think, or is at least in my memory, I don't think we've ever had a field trip where the students weren't current students. Is that part of the definition of a field trip, that they need to be current students? I guess that would be the question I'm asking.
Yeah, and I don't remember the precise language on that either off the top of my head. I would have to look that up. I guess, Peter, to your point, in terms of the legal end of it, it would only apply if we actually approve this. But if you guys are not ready to vote either yes or no on this, then I think we do need to table it. But I don't quite understand. I hear you and Doug saying you're not ready to vote, but I'm not quite sure who else is not ready to vote. So I just want to get a sense for that. And Jim, do you have further information that would help us move this along? Or do you want to gather more? So yeah, so beyond the legal question, what other information do we need for you guys to feel comfortable voting? And I guess the legal question would be if you are intending to vote in favor of approving this field trip through our district.
So,
Question with refunds too, correct? Because we had, as the trip was approved and has now been rescinded, and people have put money in, if you don't reapprove or subsequently approve or substitute approve another trip, I don't know what happens from that point of view. I think to Chris's point, when EF Tours, they've been very flexible. I think part of that was based on the canceling of the trip based on the more global issue. This one might be a little more unique in terms of had a trip. And to go back to Megan's original question, it was Jeff who was pretty clear that we needed to rescind and then reapprove. Because I asked him whether or not we could just edit the dates or how would you go about that. And he was very certain that you needed to completely rescind, completely approve. So if trip A is no longer in existence and either do or don't do trip B, what happens to the funds that went towards that trip?
What about would the trip still go if we said no?
Yeah.
So
Yes,
we
it
don't.
would.
So that was my question, yeah, because
So
I
we
think
don't.
you said, yeah.
So the refunds and or vouchers or whatever the issue is not our issue, because the trip would still go. It just would not have board approval.
But it would still be considered a school trip. Am I correct on that?
No.
Why not? Because
If it's not approved, it's still, from my understanding, from the endless conversations we've had about this, is the trip would go on, but it's, even though it's with folks from school, it's not a school trip. It's not a field trip.
But the
So then you don't
school,
have the liability. But my understanding is also that teachers want this because they want the backing of the school to say you're under the school rules, et cetera, et cetera. But if we don't approve it, then we're not liable.
are you sure about that?
Yes. I think now I'm questioning
not
it, but I
sure,
mean,
because
that's the way
because
I
the
understand. Our
school,
liability comes with approving the trip.
I'm
Then we
not
have the
sure.
liability. But if we don't approve it, we didn't approve it, it was a personal trip.
The trip was planned, organized, and money was collected as part of a school function.
But we rescinded that.
But it is still facilitated by a school employee. And if you have a mixed group of people, that's my concern. You have a school employee who would still be chaperoning minors
More
who
than
are
half.
students of the district. And then you have adults who are no longer students of the district who are then also on the trip. And then you have liability of their actions as it relates to students that are actually still enrolled as students on the trip.
But my understanding is if we don't approve the trip, we don't have that liability, and it's a private
Right.
trip, and it's up to EF Tours to, you know, handle the legalities of it. It would be a private trip. And I mean, things happen all the time where adults go, students go, but the district isn't responsible for that when people do personal things. So if the, you know, anybody that's been doing this a lot longer than I have, please correct me if I'm wrong. But I understand that the district does not have liability if we don't approve the trip. That doesn't mean the trip won't happen, because what I'm hearing is it will. And they've already collected money. People plan to go, whether it's approved or not, but we don't have liability.
Right, that's an assumption, though, that you say people, that they may not necessarily go if it's not a school trip.
So
Or
I
they
think
may-
yeah, I mean, I think it may be helpful. It sounded like just the initial question I heard was whether or not, from a legal standpoint, you know, and getting counsel there, just in terms of the age of the students when this trip would actually happen, since they'll no longer be students. And maybe we can get some clarification on this part that folks are asking about, where, you know, if we choose not to approve it. I mean, because I'm with Ann. My understanding was that if it's not approved by us, if it's not sanctioned by us, then basically EF Tours is the one that's running it, and then it's the responsibility of the chaperones through EF Tours.
Right, but from a liability perspective, you don't actually have to have done anything wrong. Someone just has to say you did. And then your liability policy responds and has to either provide defense or no defense. Just because the policy doesn't respond and doesn't recognize your liability doesn't mean you're not dragged into a long legal pursuit where you then have to defend the actions because you're named on something. So you have somebody that names EF Tours and the district. And so then the policy for the district could say, well, you didn't approve this, or you did approve it, or whatever. Within the parameters of the policy, they could say they're going to defend or they're not going to defend. But that doesn't necessarily absolve anyone. Like, it could still be a case that goes to litigation and then has to be argued to determine whether or not we actually have liability. There are no absolutes in that scenario.
And it's my suggestion to table it until we can get Jeff to clarify the situation.
Well, I mean, I'd want to ask if there's a way to bifurcate the participants, right? So if you have graduated, then you can't take it as a voucher, and then we approve a new request for the number of students who would still be students, and say you are allowed to take this many students, and then the 12 who are now in 12th grade can also be there, but not under our umbrella.
Yeah, they'll still be returning in the fall, but the school year is over at the time that they're going.
But no, there's 12, right? It says there's 12 who are now in 12th grade, so they will be long gone.
They will
Well,
be long.
No, I'm
They'd be
talking
2
about,
years
I
gone.
know you're separating them out.
Oh,
but
yeah, the
students
4.
that
I
would be
see.
returning,
Yeah.
they're not
They're still
students.
4.
Well, they
So-
are, but yeah.
Yeah.
So Jim, can we get do you think do you have enough to be able to get clarification from Jeff on some of these issues? And we'll table it for tonight and we'll bring it back at our next meeting.
Think so.
Okay. If anybody has additional questions that were not discussed, please send them to Jim so he can include them with his questions to Jeff. And we'll pull this item from being voted on tonight then. Do we have to make a motion to pull the item, or do we just
I was
don't
just
vote?
gonna ask that. Do we have to motion on that?
You could probably just do a motion to table it, I would imagine.
Yeah, I think we'd have to amend the existing motion to say that it's, that we're looking to table it until the next meeting.
So Chris, you're making a motion to table it to the next meeting.
Sure.
Do I have a second?
I'll
Megan,
second.
Okay, Samantha.
I'm so fast.
That's okay, you can have it, you're so fast.
Okay, so Chris made a motion, Samantha second, to table this item until the next meeting when we have more information from our school council. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay, passed unanimously to table this. All right, thanks, Jim, for collecting the information so we can have better clarity. Okay, item number 10. Discussion on interscholastic athletics. Mark, the moment you have been waiting for.
Mark warned me this might happen. We didn't hear you. Mark's got two settings that randomly one works and one doesn't. So he said he only knows until he starts talking.
Can you hear me now?
There you go. That's the one.
I had to switch.
So I asked Mark to talk tonight. As you've probably seen, there's been a lot of news regarding interscholastic athletics. So this is one that's been moving fast and furious and changing all the time. And I've been in meetings with suburban council superintendents as well as the Questar group. Mark's been in meetings with his colleagues in the suburban and in the section as they try to define what's going on. So Mark's really going to be able to hopefully clarify the timeline a little bit in terms of what has happened and where he kind of sees us headed at this point. So Mark, we're having some screen sharing issues. So I will share mine. I have yours
Okay.
up, and I will just share it, and you can tell me when to click.
Okay, sure.
All right.
All right, so thanks everyone for asking me to come in and give a little update on where we are regarding athletics and COVID-19. You can go, Jim. I'm kind of got to go through the guidance that we've received throughout the summer to kind of catch you up on where we were and where we are as of 8/17 tonight, which could very well change by tomorrow morning at the rate things have been going. So the New York State Public High School Athletic Association issued an update on July 16th. They basically delayed the fall sports start date until September 21st. It was originally scheduled for August 24th. They also, with that update, they canceled all fall regional and state championship events. They waived the 7-day practice rule since we were starting later. For those of you who aren't familiar, the 7-day practice rule means you can't practice or play 7 days in a row. There has to be a day off in between there. So if I practice or play Monday through Saturday, we cannot do anything on Sunday. Well, they waived that rule because the season was going to be condensed. All the practice requirements as of that guidance stayed the same. They encourage schools to use geographic scheduling for their games and contests. At this point, I had already told our coaches, we have a couple coaches or a couple teams that normally, for example, volleyball normally goes out to Rochester for a tournament, and the cross country team normally goes out of section, sometimes out of state. I had already let them know that that wasn't going to be a possibility this fall, and they were anticipating that to begin with. And then schools, if given the option before September 21st, would be able to provide off-season conditioning workouts. Next. So then we got Governor Cuomo's update on August 24th, which was very confusing. because he kind of lumped interscholastic athletics, schools, and youth sports and kind of intermingled his wording. So we needed a lot of clarifications on what he said. But basically what he said was low and moderate risk interscholastic athletics. And those low and moderate risk, they are governed by the New York State Department of Health. So they've labeled sports low, moderate, and higher risk. So they could begin to practice and play those low and moderate risk sports on September 21st. The low and moderate risk sports that we have here at Averill Park are boys golf, girls tennis, boys and girls cross country, girls swimming. Our merger with Troy High, which signups end tonight, and we have 13 girls that are interested in swimming, so that's awesome. And those are the low risk, and then the moderate risk sport that we have here at Averill Park is soccer. Football, volleyball are considered higher risk sports. Travel was prohibited outside of a school's region or contiguous regions or counties until October 19th. Again, we weren't planning on going anywhere out of Section 2 if we're able to start a fall season. Higher risk sports were given the opportunity to practice starting on September 21st, but weren't going to be allowed to play games until a later date or December 31st. That was what was in the governor's press release. Again, very confusing because realistically, we could start a girls' volleyball season, practices, and football, and then they could just keep practicing and practicing, and nobody tells them they can play a game, which didn't make much sense to myself or my colleagues. And those practices were going to be limited to individual or group no to low contact training. So for example, if football did start, it would have been conditioning work, skill development, no helmets, no pads, none of that. In that governor's update, he also limited capacity of indoor facilities to no more than 50% occupancy. But again, we weren't starting up volleyball games, so that wasn't of concern to us at that point in time. And then he also, for outdoor events, limited spectators to no more than 2 per player. Next. So then, Suburban Council. We met on for many hours on both the 27th and 28th. After the NISFA guidance and the guidance from Governor Cuomo, we decided that we were not going to provide fall 2020 modified 9, or freshman schedules. Again, we don't have the freshman level here at Averill Park. However, many schools in the Suburban Council do. A few of the reasons for not doing those levels or not providing schedules through the Suburban Council was it's going to be very tough to get officials because we're going to be trying to cram a lot of games into a short period of time. Schools are strapped for transportation. It was also going to be tough to institute the health and safety protocols that we came up with in one building, let alone having to go to 2, and in other districts, sometimes they have 2 middle schools, 3 buildings. So we thought that was too much of a lift. So as a league, we decided not to do those schedules. However, we did decide to offer varsity and junior varsity schedules for those low and moderate risk sports. Also in that meeting, we worked on a document that is still being fine-tuned right now that developed operating procedures and guidelines for all of our member schools. We've received guidance from NISFA, Section 2, the Suburban Council, DOH, CDC, and it's trying to put everything together in some form that our coaches, our parents, and our student athletes can understand. The athletic placement process, which is that process to allow those gifted 7th and or 8th graders to participate at the higher level, meaning JV or varsity. We decided through the Suburban Council that was going to be a local decision. We weren't going to make a league decision on that. And as far as going back to the previous slide where it said you would have 2 spectators per student athlete, we are purchasing lanyards and badges for crowd control throughout the Suburban Council. So basically each student athlete in those low and moderate risk sports, they're going to get 2 badges with lanyards, and they can give that to whoever they want for each game. So if mom and dad want to go to one game, grandma and grandpa the next game, sister and brother the following game, as long as they have that badge on there, we know they're one of the 2 people associated with a student athlete that is out there. So if we happen to have a soccer game here at Averill Park and there's an adult out in the crowd, him or her does not have a badge on, I'm going to go talk to that adult and see where it was. If they don't have one, they're going to be asked to leave because they're obviously not there with one of the or representing one of the 2 student athlete people that are supposed to be there. Next. So then on September 4th, NISFA released a return to interscholastic athletics document. And in that document, it had a plan for each season, important reminders, important dates, consider health and safety precautions for just interscholastic athletics in general, considerations for your facilities, for officials, and then specific considerations for each sport to make it safer. For example, in cross country, making the finish line chute wider so people are more spaced apart. And that's just one example. There's a couple pages for each sport. And there was frequently asked questions in there. And then basically all the attachments that were in there were NYSED memos that have come out in the past few months regarding return to school or return to youth and or interscholastic athletics. Next. So then NISFA offered another update on September 9th, which changed some things some more. Those high-risk sports of football and volleyball, they were postponed till March 1st. And that season's going to be known as Fall Sports Season 2. And obviously, since football got moved to that, we were also moving our football cheerleaders to that time frame as well. They did adjust, and this is NISFA adjusted the spring sports starting date. It was originally supposed to be March 15th. So your baseball, softball, lacrosse, track and field, boys tennis was originally supposed to be March 15th. Now it is moved to March 19th. And in our section, we are thinking we probably will not start till probably the first weekend in May because we want as little of an overlap as possible amongst this year 4 seasons. Hopefully, fingers crossed. And then another Section 2 update. The Section 2 update came out on September 10th. They just kind of affirmed what the governor said on September 20th. They kind of affirmed what he said way back in August, that on September 21st, we would be starting those low and moderate risk sports in Section 2. They did say the fall season will end no later than November 28th. I can tell you that in the Suburban Council, we've decided it's going to end no later than November 21st. We thought going after Thanksgiving was not the smartest thing to do, and you're going to have fall athletes that possibly were not planning on going that late into the season and may have had Thanksgiving plans, out of the local area, maybe in other parts of the state. So we're going to finish by November 21st within the Suburban Council. It's going to focus on regular season play. We are only playing, and I think this goes for every school in the Suburban Council, but I don't want to speak for them, but I can speak for us here at Averill Park. We are only going to play within the league. So we're not going to play a game against South Glens Falls or Queensberry. They're not in our league. And there's also not going to be a sectional tournament this fall. So it will just be a league season. And we are planning on having a short culminating league event for possibly the top 4 to 8 teams in the league during that last week. Next. And lastly, just an update for us as of today. So our notification about signups and everything went out to our community on Thursday, September 10th. We explained to them that registration via Family ID was only going to be out for a short period of time because it's a really tight turnaround time from signups to get our student athletes cleared to actually participating fully on September 21st. So those end midnight tonight. Signups have been great. Just looking for each sport to previous seasons, they look pretty similar. So it doesn't seem like many student athletes have decided not to participate, which is great for us. We are going to allow APP to be available for students who had previously expressed interest and returned the appropriate paperwork. a note went out to the community back in June that if your son or daughter was interested in going through the APP process for the fall, to notify myself and Coach Conroy, who helps me organize the APP process at the middle school. So any of those students who had already expressed interest and got their paperwork back, we were going to let them continue with the APP process. But any student athletes that expressed interest after the next bullet, which we said we were offering skill development sessions at the modified level for those low and moderate risk sports. And obviously there's not going to be games because the Suburban Council is not providing schedules. What we didn't want to happen was those modified kids all of a sudden say, I can't play games at the modified level. Well, I want to be an APP candidate and try out for a JV team. So we didn't want that to happen. So we were only accepted those student athletes who got their paperwork in on time when requested back in. It was either late June or early July. And myself and our athletic trainer, Rachel Brown, we are working feverishly on an Averill Park return to interscholastic athletics document, which will hopefully be done by Thursday. We have a fall coaches meeting on Friday where I'm going to share that with them and go over all of our procedures and guidelines for a safe and healthy fall sports season. So that's where we are at as of now.
Thank you, Mark, for keeping on top of all these ever-changing guidelines.
And they do change every day almost.
I know, I'm sure. So we appreciate your being able to keep in pace.
Thank you.
Doug, did you have a comment? I'm sorry.
I was just going to ask a question if I could.
Oh, sorry, Chris. Go ahead.
Okay. No, just so Mark, in terms of the lanyards, I can't even imagine the nightmare that that's going to be in terms of monitoring that. Is that, so that's for home and away events, or how is that supposed to work?
Correct. So if you go to Julia's soccer game up at Shenendehowa, hopefully Julia chooses you to go, but whoever she chooses to go, those two people will wear their lanyards and up to Shenendehowa. So the athletic administrator up there, as well as whatever chaperones are on, know, yes, you are supposed to be there. You're okay to be there.
Feel free to find a way for Shen to not be on the schedule. But
We beat them, you know. We can beat them.
That is true.
Let's just say we're 1-1 over the last 2 years. How about that?
Hey, I'll take it.
Anybody have any other questions or concerns for Mark?
How are you working out the busing? That's all going along the lines of the regular transportation guidelines with the distancing on the buses and all of that?
Yeah, so what we've done in the Suburban Council is we've really tried to even out the sports on different days. For example, you're going to have golf and tennis on Mondays. You're going to have boys and girls soccer on Tuesdays. So either the boys are home, girls are away, or vice versa. On Wednesdays, field hockey. We don't have field hockey, so that would be a great makeup day for us because we won't have any buses going out at all on that day or any home events. Thursday, you're going to have, we'll have swimming and also golf. And then Fridays, tennis. And then we're really using Saturday. So everybody's really playing twice a week. So one weekday. And then on Saturdays, where busing's not an issue on Saturdays, because our drivers aren't worrying about coming back from their runs. But we are also talking to the coaches, encouraging them to keep possibly smaller rosters this year, or having certain kids that unfortunately may not travel. And that would obviously talk to them up front about that if you still want to be part of the team. But unfortunately, we can't take everyone with us. But yes, there'll still be masks on the bus. We will still abide by those social distancing rules. Same thing when you go to school. And in fact, I met with Mark Primo, and I met for about an hour and a half today, and we're hammering all of that stuff out this morning.
He answer all your questions, Megan?
And just along those lines, it's just students on the buses and faculty and staff, right? We're not transporting parent.
Correct. It's just student athletes and coaches.
We never transport parents, I don't think.
No parents. I don't think we'd have any coaches if we allowed parents to go on the bus.
Yeah, I have no basis for comparison, so I don't know.
Mark, that was very thorough. Does anybody have any other questions?
All right. Thank you, everyone. And hopefully maybe someone else besides Chris and Ann, hopefully maybe some of you others will get a badge as well to attend the game this fall.
That'd be great. Thanks for hanging out with us for this
Yeah,
bit
I appreciate
for
just
your
kind of
show.
real quickly, kind of like I said about, some of the work that we've done with individuals. Mark has been, just like I said, Kim, with all the ADA stuff. This has been a moving target and very much something in the public eye, I'll say, if you look at the local media. So we've been able to navigate this, knock on wood or whatever, thankfully, very seamlessly. The communication's actually been very positive. And we were talking today, and I know Mark won't say it, but he got some comments from people not in our district about his communication, saying, I wish our district was informing us like Averill Park is informing us. So kind of going back to the Brian Radowitz stuff and the communication plan, our community's been pretty well informed and up to speed with what's going on in the ever changing. So thanks to Mark for that. I appreciate his work on that. So
Yes, thank you, Mark.
Thank you.
Okay. Right. I think that brings us to item number 11, the capital project discussion. I'm not sure who's planning on kicking this off.
Is my screen
Yep.
being shared?
Yep.
Okay. You want me to go ahead and?
Whoever wants to take the lead,
Okay.
go for it.
Yeah, let's go. Let's go. Wanted to welcome Callie Gasberry. She's our architect. She's with us tonight from Mosaic Associates. Callie, give a shout out. And Bill McMorty, who's our owner's rep project manager from Saratoga Project Management. So please, either of you, if there's spots that you want to jump in and explain things along the way, please feel free to do so. I guess our board meeting tonight at 8:40 is a little microcosm of the capital project in and of itself. That it's there's a lot of important things happening throughout the district, and they have been over the past through 3 years, because really that's where we started this process. I was looking through some information the other day, and I saw some memos I sent to the board back in the spring of 2018. So certainly, as the first quote says, patience and perseverance have been an important factor in this project in trying to get it to the point where we can at least have a public vote on it. And I know all along through those 3 years that, just as Winnie the Pooh said, we'll get there someday. But we're running out of some days, so I don't think we can delay any further. And we delayed for a really important reason, I understand, but we are so far into this process now that we really need to move it along. So I just want to start first by quickly recapping, because this is such an important factor in the conversation that we've had throughout the development of the scope of the capital project, in terms of the items that we're going to accomplish and the cost, that I just have to go back and reinforce this, because this, I believe, will be an important thing to remind our community about too, as we move into a process of asking them to vote, and hopefully they'll approve, but it will require an additional tax levy increase. Because of the merger incentive aid, when we merged with George Washington, the district was receiving 95% building aid. Through all of these projects, this 49.9 and 18.5, 19.5, and 13.1. So basically a little over $100,000 of capital projects. The 13.1 was a project that basically, because of the XL aid, had almost no local share. That the projects have been next to really effectively free. The state has shared the major component of the cost of those projects. And then again, we did a project in 2013, which was the last project that was of substantial scope, $12.9 million project that had XL aid, which is another sort of incentive aid that the state was providing. And that gave us an additional $457,000 of aid. Well, that really goes a long way towards the local share on a project like that. So wasn't quite 95%, but it wasn't at our regular building aid reimbursement. And then of course we did $1.1 million worth of wireless and distance learning work in the district, and that was through the Smart Schools, and that had no local cost. That was all state funded. And the security camera and other security enhancements projects that we're just about getting ready to go to bid on, another $1 million of work that has cost the local cost of zero. So you really get an understanding of where we are. But the issue is, though, that this next project, it doesn't have 95% building aid. We're back to our normal 77.9% building aid ratio. And the debt that was associated with these other projects, because they were so much funded by the state, there was very little local share. So as this debt is ending, and we will have to incur some new debt on the next project, we have to increase the local share. And we always like to say in schools, we like to do a system where as debt drops off, you bring in another project and try to align it with the local share of the prior project that's dropping off, the debt's dropping off, the project's being paid for. And we love to be able to say, there's no local cost to the taxpayer because we're just going to use what's already built in the budget as local share to pay for the next project. Well, again, like I said, in this case, it's important to know that there is no real local share that's dropping, that's going to be available in the budget as the debt drops off. And this is important not only for this project. Yes, there will be a component that will have to be, I'll call it, absorbed by the taxpayers if they will approve the project, but it's really the setup for that next project down the line. And having continuously, a series of continuously planned capital projects is very important for the school district to maintain the capital facilities and the taxpayers' investment in the facilities throughout the district. So the setup is that when the next project does come along, the board, the administration that's in place, then they will be able to say, this project community has no local cost to it because it's already built into the budget, if it's done correctly and if it's aligned correctly. So again, they'll look back favorably upon you as a board for having made the decision and understanding the context in which it was made of the projects before and the projects that will happen after. So it's just a little history there. Any questions on that information? All right, so the next slide is, this is the project that was proposed and approved by the board, adopted for the May vote. It was a $38.8 million project. It comprised safety components of security vestibules, the high school woodshop expansion for the reasons we talked about because of the close proximity of the machinery to teaching stations. Just there was concerns about the safety in the area of that construction technology that was just too small for the types of work and the machinery that was happening in that area. So we looked at expansion. Building condition survey, priority 1 items throughout the district, and that was 30.8 million. Addressing the post and kill trailer, migrating the guidance, eliminating the trailer, revamping and migrating the guidance suite into the building. Expanding the Miller Hill cafeteria that we all agree is just far too small for the number of students that we have in that building. And then the development of the Algonquin College and Career Readiness Center at $6 million. So we had a total of about 41 million. And then some revisions. So basically bumped that up to 41.2. And then we looked within that project, there was some other items within that 41 that we felt were important items, but in order to get us into that $38 million range, that we need to put those into place as potential alternates that would be adopted depending on how bidding and other contingencies turned out as we went through the process. Later on, we revisited the weight room as a concern, as a teaching station, because it really wasn't suitable for the type of classroom that we were utilizing it as. So that was added on as a $100,000 into the project cost to renovate that area. Now I'll talk about that subsequently. We know we did address that already through a $100,000 capital exclusion project that we're working on right now. So the total of that project was the $38.8 million. That's what we were going to go to the community and vote on in May. But unfortunately, the pandemic came upon us, and I think rightly so, as an administration and board, along with our project manager, architect, and even we had counsel with Jeff Honeywell about not having that project be voted on at that point. It wasn't the right time to bring that to the voters. But knowing at that same time, we had a lot of conversation about we need to do something in the fall. We need to bring this back, the project back, and represent that to the voters for their consideration. So questions at this point? Okay, that's just kind of a refresher on where we were. And when we looked at the project cost at that point, we were trying to cost out what did it look like in terms of a cost in terms of the percentage of the tax levy of the prior year. We obviously weren't at the point where we had a 2021 tax levy. So what we looked at as a $38.8 million project, and you remember I was talking about, let's use a conservative interest rate projection of 4.5%, borrowing over 15 years, which is the renovation and reconstruction period that we're allowed to borrow in. And the annual debt service on that would have been at 4.5%, about $3.6 million per year. So our local share, our building aid ratio is 77.9%. And we said, well, let's look at it as if about 95% of the total project would be aided by the state. There might be some items within that 38.8, and we know there's going to probably be some kind of a component of the addition onto the construction technology lab that might not be aidable. So let's just round that off to about 26% of local share and 74% of state share. So of that of the $3.6 million, the local share would be about $940,000. We knew there's opportunities in the project for some energy savings through LED lighting. We estimated that through work with the consultant that might save the district about $100,000. And here's what's built into the budget for the two series of debts that are dropping off on these projects that are coming up in the next couple of years. Very small, because again, they were less than 5% of the actual debt service cost, a $47,000 local share and a $37,000 local share. So that's what's built into the budget. So we subtracted all those out to try to understand what would be the new local share. So the new local share that we'd have to build into the budget is the $754,000, which as a percentage of the 2019-20 tax levy would have been 2.38%. So in other words, in 2019, if we had to add another 754,000 in one shot, it would have raised the levy that 2.38% more in that year. Keep in mind, we've always talked about how whatever tax levy we present to the voters and we're fortunate enough that they approve won't be implemented in a one-shot deal. It will be over a series of probably 3 years that it will incrementally be added to the tax levy as the debt is added through the progress of the project during the construction phases.
Mike, could you clarify that for me, please? The 2.38% tax levy increase.
Yes.
Would not be implemented at that rate at any one point at any 1 year?
Right. So we wouldn't have, I mean,
what would be the percentage increase?
You would only need $754,000 added at one point in time if you were to take on all the debt at one point in time. But we won't be doing that because the project will happen over multiple years, and you have to stage it. There's a way you have to stage this, and the project will be in multiple phases, because as phases become complete, then you are able to then start generating building aid. And so you have to align the borrowings with the building aid as it's going to come, because the building aid is only going to flow after you have certificates of substantial completion on each phase. So you have to stage the borrowing to align with the state aid. It'll never happen where all the borrowing happens at one time. It'll be staggered over multiple years. And so there'll be a phase-in period for this tax levy increase.
Will most of the tax levy, though, be experienced during the initial phases, as most of the bulk of the work is done?
Actually, we will probably be using bands, bond anticipation notes, so single-year borrowings in probably the first 2 years of the project, until we can get to a point where there is project completion, certificates of substantial completion issued, and state aid generated. So
is the cost of those bands calculated in this?
Into this? Well, actually, this is just sort of the rough, like what would be the this is not like the fine-tuned plan. We don't even know exactly like what the phases would look like. So yes, I guess you could say this: over that 3-year period of a phase-in, yes, the bands, the cost of those will be factored into this local share, because that'll be the part of the buildup. The band interest actually will be very low. I wish we were borrowing today on a band. There's the band rate for bands right now is less than 0.5%. There's been bands issued that are like $18 million this summer that have 0.465, 0.45. The interest rate's incredibly low for the bands. But we don't anticipate, and I'll get further when we get a little further on, I'll talk about where we were in terms of this conservative projection at 4.5%, and where the rates really are now, and where we would anticipate they'd be at the time that we're going to make substantial borrowings on a project of this nature. Does that help?
Yes.
All right. So the 2.38% is where we were at, to get a gauge of what the board was comfortable with going out to the public. All right, so just real quick recap. That was the wood shop expansion right here. This is the wood shop that exists now, very confined area. We'd expand out just as a refresher. All right. Post and Kill Elementary, we're going to get rid of the trailer that's way down here. Finally, for a long time that's been talked about. and we'd like to get rid of that because it's just not an appropriate environment. Bring the counseling office in here, into this area here. That was designed nicely by Mosaic. We appreciate that. Expanding the cafeteria at Miller Hill. This is the existing cafeteria area. We're going to bump out to basically the space under the, I'll call it the awning there, the covered walkway that we'd be going out there to create additional space. The college readiness center at Algonquin is just a complete overhaul of the facts section of the middle school wing with new technology and robotics, collaborative learning area, new art section, outdoor learning spaces, and bringing the video production setup over into this same area. Let's see. This is the PAFA wing over here that we'd be rehabbing, and our new fax center and shop. Questions on that? So those are all sort of a revisit of what we had talked about. All right. So that's where we were. Now, I call this this transition to what we want to talk about as a possible reconfiguration or additions to the project as a fortuitous opportunity to address some of the deferred long-range planning committee recommendations. These are some of the things that we talked about that were in our final conversations and discussions throughout probably that past year before we decided on the $38 million project. And that we just really couldn't get to, the pricing was just so high. We looked at possibly deferring these until we did a bigger rehab of the high school. And I know it sounds kind of odd, right, to say a fortuitous opportunity for the project that the pandemic brought, because there has been so much of other disruption, tragedy, we could take it, uncertainty. As Jim talked about earlier, circumstances within the community, mental health issues, all sorts of unemployment and things that surround the pandemic that are negative and that have been brought upon the school district and the school community as a whole. But there are things that, if you look closely, there were positives. And I think really in the spring, some of the big positives were that the challenge that was brought upon our staff, our faculty, staff, administration, and mostly our students, it really showed the mettle of our students to take on that challenge, that disruption and upset the way they did, and to perform and be so resilient. And I guess we're always surprised, but I think the kids are always, they're probably better at this stuff than we are. And they did a really great job. And I think it also showed the wherewithal, the care, the compassion of, like I said, our faculty, staff, the administration, and our community to rally around the situation. Our support groups like the Ed Foundation and the Booster Club and the Booster Club, and our student athletes going out and delivering meals to frontline workers. All of the positives, the way people responded with parades and the graduations and the things we put into making things special for the students in the community, those were all really important positives that came out of this. And there was some fortuitous opportunity in all, if you will, some of the darkness that was brought upon us by the pandemic. And one of the really interesting things that this, did the opportunities that the pandemic did give us was the possibility of looking at this project in a little bit different way for a couple of different reasons. One is because of what has happened is the interest rate environment for municipal borrowing, for all borrowing, has declined substantially. And that's because through governmental action, through the actions of the Federal Reserve, interest rates have been decreased to try to support and spur on the economy. And you'll see that in the residential mortgage market. Even in the municipal borrowing, because municipal borrowings are tax exempt bonds typically and tax exempt bands, and those are very favorable. What that means is the interest that's earned by the lender is tax free to them, and that's very attractive to lenders, that the interest that they'll earn, that we pay them, is tax free. And it results in an even lower than sort of the marketplace you would see for residential mortgages, interest rates. So as Jim had informed you a couple of weeks ago, I think it was, we borrowed $700,000 for school buses over a 5-year period, and the interest rate we got on that was 1.19%. That's pretty much as close to free as you can get on 700,000. Well, on larger borrowings, on these 15-year borrowings that are happening in the marketplace now, they're seeing rates that are sub 2, but in the between 2.5 range is not uncommon either. Much lower than we had anticipated in a conservative estimate back earlier when I explained to you that we were using at 4.5%. So the declining interest rate means that our dollars go further and that local share will go further in the project, if that's the board's decision. But I want to share with you what that might allow us to do. Now, back when the Long Range Planning Committee met, some of the items that I said were deferred, that were on the list that we didn't elect to do. One of them was a new scoreboard at the football field, the existing football field, and then to improve the situation with the weight room. Well, we've been able to do those, accomplish both of those items. That one that was on the $38.8 million project, and another that was a level 2 item that was deferred through the $100,000 capital exclusion project. So we could scratch those off the list. 3 other items that were talked about significantly, but then were deferred, was to provide some driveway access and parking to the baseball fields. We know that's been talked about for a very long time. I guess it's 7/8 of a mile from parking by the softball field. I think we've marked that off. Mark, is that correct? If you shake your head, I think it's 7/10 of a mile. So as you can imagine, if you're, even for a person who's not elderly, and we have oftentimes our grandparents and sometimes disabled folks that want to be able to have an opportunity to go see their children or grandchildren play in baseball, soccer, lacrosse. They're pretty far out there. That's quite a ways to ask somebody to walk to go see their children or grandchildren play. It's been talked about for a very long time. How do we address that? It's also been an issue with our neighbors, because sometimes people will park in Westfall Village, and understandably, that's not a school parking lot and shouldn't be seen as that, but people do. And I understand why at times they do that, but it creates problems, good neighbor problems with Westfall Village. So we would want to try to address that, which has been talked about for a very long time. Adding a multi-purpose synthetic turf field with lights and a complex that had the ability to provide that parking. We talked about significantly what the benefits of those are. And I again provided you with the list of the positives that would come from that. and I'm sure Mark, if we need to, can chime in and regurgitate the list that we've talked about many, many times. And to extend the fences at the softball field, this would actually be accomplished through a move of the softball field, but that was on the list of things that were deferred, that were recommendations to the board from the Long Range Planning Committee.
Mike?
Yes.
I just want to remind the board that the Long Range Planning Committee was disbanded 2 years ago this month. So some of our assumptions, some of our project costs are more than 2 years ago. You gave us a memo in May of that year, in the middle of our meetings,
yes,
that calculated the cost for the tax levy increases and the impact on individual landowners.
Yes.
And I was one of them. I was on that committee and I saw the impact. But all those calculations at that time for the committee was based on a $25 million project.
Right.
Now we're looking at $38+ million project. What has changed in the interim?
The interest rate environment has been substantially changed in the
To
interim.
increase the cost?
The cost of the project overall?
Yeah, it went from 25 to 38, 45.
Well, I think part of that has been scope expansion. And I think Bill or Callie, certainly Bill, you could speak on this. We did I think more involved estimation of project costs, and part of its cost escalation. Again, you're right, it was 2 years ago, and project costs increase over time. And that is part of what's happened over that period.
So the scope of the project has increased?
Oh yeah, I think we've definitely, because back then, I don't think in that case, when we were at the 25 million, we were even considering, because I guess I'd take a step back, because I think that was at the point where we hadn't necessarily dealt with the conversations with our building principals about what were important items that they would consider.
Yes, we did.
Necessary
Yes.
to factor in. So
Yes,
I
we
think
did.
some of these things may not have necessarily been incorporated, like the construction technology. And I think it's just some of that in a combination with refining the estimates.
Don't you think I'm looking at it from the committee's point of view and from a public point of view.
Sure.
Could it have been better handled during the interim period in the last 2 years, rather than coming out now a week before this meeting, telling us that it's increased that substantial amount, to have another meeting of the Long Range Planning Committee and perhaps going over those increases and the increase in the scope of the project? Because we were very specific in the scope of the project. Our task was to prioritize the repairs and the renovations and the alterations. And we spent a considerable amount of time prioritizing number 1, number 2, and so on. If everything has changed so much and there's been such a dramatic change, wouldn't it have been appropriate to at least go over it with the committee?
Well, I don't think so, because the committee had made its recommendations to the board as an advisory group. The board certainly had the opportunity and to hear other info. I can't recall exactly what was specifically on the list from the committee, but ultimately, as you know, the committee was advisory, and the board had discretion to take the guidance of the committee, utilize it, which they did in large part, and add factors to it that the board would think was important. The $38 million project. So I guess I'd say there hasn't been a significant expansion onto what was discussed in very depth and large amounts of time during the spring of last year, to, I think it was probably the spring, the winter and spring, to have conversations about what was going to be proposed to the public in May. So nothing has changed with that $38 million component other than that $100,000 that was going to be presented as I would call it a combination of the board adopting recommendations from the advisory committee and the board also making some decisions. And I'm not going to speak for the board, but this is my recollection, and the board reviewing some other items and things that we proposed as a district, as an administration to them. And again, I think the variance in the costs is probably a combination of the things of refined estimates, cost escalation, and some items that were added to the project scope.
So
Can I
Mike,
just add something real quick, Michael?
Yeah, sure.
At what point, I mean, I know that there was a point, and I know this has been an extremely arduous, long process. What point between what Doug is saying and it not too long ago, or maybe it was, and I don't think it is, but we took on Mosaic, we got a new architect and basically kind of took a few steps back.
Yes.
Is that when the cost might have changed, when they took a closer look?
That's
and
correct.
started developing plans and things like that?
I can't remember. Callie, can you, does it seem like 100 years?
No, I'm just wondering.
No, I can't remember. It must be a little over a year ago, right? Maybe.
Yeah, a little bit longer. I think it was about June
Okay.
last year.
Yeah, and we did, and that was part of it. You're right, Ann, where we went back with Mosaic and those folks, and we evaluated, because I think, Doug, you've been through this, right, with projects in school districts. Probably the worst thing that can happen is to go out to the public with a number and tell them here's the list of things that we're going to do and that you expect, that you're voting on, that you expect us to be doing because you voted on that and said, yes, that's what we want. And then for the school district to suddenly find out that they don't have enough money to do all those things, that's not a good situation to be in. So I'd say we were pleased that we had a second look to make sure that our numbers reflected what was recommended by the committee, what was elected to do by the board, and to make sure that we could do all those things within the confines of the $38.8 million.
I agree that trust and being upfront is a valuable commodity these days. The point is that the committee there's 10 community members on that committee. So they left under the belief that we're talking about a $25 million project. Now you're springing that on them. So you're doing what you just talked about not doing.
Yeah, so hold on.
Go ahead,
Jess.
Chris, go ahead.
No, I was just saying, so Doug, if you remember with the long range planning, because we served on it together, the goal of the long range planning committee was to put forth a priority, an order of priority, 1 through 4. And that was done. Some folks came from the long range planning committee and presented to the board. The board listened, took that information. That was the initial number that was started with. I think if you remember, there was hesitancy in terms of even using a number at that time because it's just so hard to be able to pin a number on that. But we also understood there was a need to get an estimate in terms of kind of what are we talking about in terms of costs. Once that was done, Mosaic was brought on board. We had additional meetings in which we went through, looked at the priority of items. Callie and her team, as well as Bill, provided information on various scenarios in terms of how we could look to do things at the various schools. And the items there that you saw that Mike kind of went through, between Post and Kill getting an upgrade there, the guidance room, the cafeteria space there at Miller Hill, the PAFA wing there, as well as the wood shop, were the bigger items. If you remember, there's roofs, there's all sorts of items that were included in that. So once the opportunity was there to actually take what was looked at with the assistance of Bill and Callie and the team, and put some actual numbers to it, the number went up. And so, that's part of looking through and trying to better understand the numbers, better understand where we are. So just from a historical perspective, I figured I'd share.
Right, and
I understand that, and I appreciate it, and thanks, Chris.
right, and in addition to that, Doug, we did invite the Long Range Planning Committee to come, I believe it was January, to go through what the board was proposing to put out for a referendum. And at that time, if they had any questions or concerns about the tie-in between the Long Range Planning Committee and what the board was proposing, we offered that that ability to come and talk with us about that.
I don't recall that invitation, but I might have missed it in my email. Up above, if you would move the screen up to the Long Range Planning Committee. You know what? I just want to say that there was a surprise at meeting 9 of the Long Range Planning Committee where a proposal, or at least a suggestion, of an entire sports complex was suggested and there was a map presented. I'm sure you remember that, or anyone on that committee remembered it. It was a shock at the end of the project, as we were winding down. And that word complex kind of reminded me of that huge increase in the scope of the project right at the end of our work. You're not talking about the same complex here, are you? In terms of building a complex in the woods?
No.
And making another entrance on Gettle Road?
Were you able to look at this?
Yeah, I did see it. I did.
No, not at all.
Okay.
Nothing. No, I mean, again, I guess I would say that again is part of sort of the development and the vetting process of how you get to certain things. We looked at the possibilities of how to make things potentially work over there. I mean, I think that actually us trying to figure out a location for enhancing our ability to provide usable space within the confines of the back fields here. That's why we started looking at things like that and vetted through those and found it wouldn't work. It was too expensive. It posed other issues with wetlands and things like that. But that's how, the process of developing and working through those things. And I think that's similar to what we did with the project as a whole to get to, the number that we were at. So no, we're not that we were talking about something over in this area, but that just wouldn't work. And so, I'm sorry, does that help? Does that help? Good. Also?
Yeah. Yes, that's good.
So, I mentioned there's a couple things that made us take pause and think about whether we could do something more within this project than we had originally planned. And the interest rate environment gave us the possibility, the fortuitous opportunity. But part of the rationale is, again, to address those items that were deferred, but also a big part of the rationale in my mind and the thinking, and when I shared with Jim was, we aren't going to be in this pandemic forever. It's a very difficult time, and people have taken on the challenge and stepped up, but we will come out of it. But when we come out of this, can we find a way to give our students an excitement, an energy that would happen with them seeing the development of these kinds of facilities and addressing these issues for our community, the parking issue and the access issue, that will give excitement to this project, that will address issues that exist, but also bring in energy to what's happening in the district. Now, we were doing that in part in the middle school, but we weren't really having that kind of impact here at the high school. And, it was kind of the bigger scale version of what we tried to do. In the spring, as students went away, they went home to do remote learning. I talked to Rob at the middle school, and I talked to Heath up here, talked to Mark, and we talked about, so what are the things that we could do? What kinds of, not large scale things, but what could we do so that when students come back, they say, you know what, things have changed a little bit. They were still working on stuff first. They still care. It matters. We matter. And it was little things like we talked to the music department, and they've always wanted to display their awards like athletics does. So we talked to them about, what kind of cabinets. You pick them out. You find some cabinets. And so we're about to install cabinetry out by the auditorium that's going to do that for them. The weight room and addressing those issues and the scoreboard were part of that. Rob did some really nice things down at the middle school with some furniture, small things that send a message to the students. And Ann, I remember you saying, and it does have impact, even those small things, they have impact. Working with the booster club to get the shelters out on the soccer field and lacrosse fields, those are important steps to take to show the students that we're still thinking about them. And I remember, Ann, what you said about just something as simple as the signage, right? You said to me that you and DJ were going out for a walk one day, and he's like, wow, that's really pretty cool. How come they didn't do that stuff when I was here, right? There's something I'm kind of paraphrasing, but right, isn't that the conversation you had? So we wanted to, we want to keep doing things that are positive, that are important investments, that address issues, that will be great things for our students. And honestly, to try to take care of this situation, the parking issue, the field, the fields, and improve those facilities is what we felt would bring that kind of energy, would tell them that we're really still, we're with you. And when we come out of this, and we will come out of it, we want an exciting happening for the students of the school district. And these are, the fields, the athletic events, the camaraderie, the teamwork, the community coming together at these events, they are all part of, what a school community is about. And so honestly, that's really was the heart of, should we take a look at this again, and share with the board and have them take a look and have some conversation. So you get an idea when you look at this great drone picture of like the little postage stamp that we work with here behind our high school, to try to fit all the activities in and to support our youth sports that work, that play games and practice back there as well. So that gives you that overhead perspective that I think is important when you're trying to figure out how do we address this in a really efficient and effective way with what little space we do have to work with. Because again, this is Westfall Village, this is swampland. This is what we have. This was probably swampland too at one point, but it's what we have. It's ours now, and it's what we have to work with. Again, that's the backside view of the same little narrow postage stamp that we do a great job with, but that there's a real opportunity here to improve on. And that's just the overhead kind of drawn out, marked out from Google Earth. This will give you a little perspective. I looked at a few I was able to get from other districts, but this will give you a perspective of another district, a very similar size. This is Burnt Hills, Boston Lake, of the kind of space they have in their backfield area. Very, very much bigger than ours, at least twice as big as what we have. Now they have, they have field hockey. We don't have that, but they have practice football field and softball, baseball. They have a much greater area to operate their athletic programs and their PE, their interscholastic programs, and especially their PE programs as well. questions on that? And I could show you so many more districts that are of very similar size that have much greater field space. So what would it look like if we were able to add the all-purpose turf field and gain access to some parking that would be in some proximate location to the baseball, which is just up here a little bit, and the two lacrosse and soccer fields? What would it look like? How would we fit that in? And this basically is the drawing. You've seen something similar to this, the board, when we were talking back last winter and in the springtime. And this is basically the design and the location. So what happens there though? It displaces softball, and we had to find a location for softball. Also just places the discus, but we would find space for that. Questions on this? Sure.
Quick question, Michael.
Yeah.
Just on the, well, I don't really know north, south, whatever, but looking at the picture on the south end of the all-purpose field, where does that land in terms of the new wood shop area? Is that on a different?
No, the wood shop is down in like this area.
Okay, it's not right on top.
No. Yeah.
Okay.
It's actually even further up. This is the back side of the building, and so you have the hallway here. You have the cafeteria. So the wood shop would be somewhere like in here. How's that, Callie? How's that? Pretty good for an amateur? Somewhere right about in there is where that would be. All right. What the plan would be then is to create a brand new softball field, grass field for the girls softball team, and it would displace the JV baseball. We have a plan where we would be able to utilize the field at Algonquin. That field is now usable in every respect. We've always had some issues there with water. Our men, and that was back, started when Dennis Weatherwax was running the crew, and Scott Shoemaker worked with them to redo the whole drainage system over there at the middle school. That field's in fabulous shape now. And by the way, they also did a lot of work, Scott and his crew, up at Miller Hill to make those fields, redid the drainage up there so that our elementary gym classes and the youth soccer won't have those issues that we've had with just horribly wet fields up there. So that's been addressed too. But relocating softball to this location solves our problem. What it also does now is allows us the potential for a fencing on the baseball field, which doesn't exist at this point. As Mark's pointed out, we're the only suburban council school without a permanent fence in the outfield. And the reason for that is because this is the practice football field, which is also the baseball outfield. So you can imagine that gets a little beat up. But now what we'd be able to do is utilize the current football field for football practice. So where we would be able to provide baseball with an appropriate fencing system. Questions?
Mike, just going back, our original plan that we were going to vote on in the spring, and that was tabled, if I recall, the majority of that was health and safety stuff. It was building updates and like renovations that were kind of on there because they have to be on there. There wasn't a ton of bells and whistles built into that project, correct?
Correct.
So this is, what some people might consider to be superficial, but what really can help the students have a lot more pride in the community and also make us attractive outside the community for the services that we provide to our students.
Well, I think to your last point, the investments we make in our facilities, I think do go a long way to how people perceive the district potential new homeowners and families and things like that. That's not the, the end all. We still have to do things that are, fiscally responsible and that make sense to the communities. But you're right, it does add, but I know you say some people might see it as superficial, but it's an investment in our children, and an investment in the children of the community, and for us to want to provide them opportunities to be engaged in the school community, and activities that do support those kinds of connections to the school. It's an investment in that. It's an investment in students' connection to the school and providing them the great facilities that they deserve. I get excited about that. So that I agree with you that, but I don't, and there may be some people that do see it that way. And it's our job, I believe, to convince them of why it is important. All right. So this is a list.
Okay, I was just going to, to clarify, that 38 million included this piece, right?
It did not.
It did not.
It did not.
Okay, that's what. Okay, so I
That did
thought.
not.
And then my other question was this proposal. I remember, actually, I think it might have been my first board meeting. Was I keep trying to scroll it. A conversation about turf, and does that new field, does this this piece goes forward with the turf field, not so if someone were to say nope, no turf, then the whole thing of this whole piece of it goes away, or is it like a
yes? What can I hold? Can we hold that question for just a couple more? And yes, we are gonna address that for sure.
Close the
I
windows.
just want to put the
I'm
pieces
just too lazy to get up.
So, there's the important additional utility that this field gives us is amazing. The opportunities for our PE classes, our interscholastic athletic teams, our youth sports, the additional hours that and it would be available, and the earlier start that this would be allowing our teams as well. You will not see, and if you did, I'd be very angry about this if we went this far, to see lacrosse players, in the parking lot in the early season because they can't get on the wet fields. So those kinds of things are important to, aspects of what the turf field addresses. And we've given you the detail, and you've seen this, and we've had some other items as we've gone along. I'm not going to go through this, but I know you have probably read it. I guess, I don't know if you want to talk about the detail, but I wanted you to understand where the project cost comes from. These are the estimates on the driveway, the parking, the driveway, about 440,000, 3.7 on the turf field, with the contingencies in place. We're talking, and the movement of the softball field to the JV baseball field, in total about just under $5 million. Okay. So what would a project with a little different twist to it that had these items addressed, that were referred by long-range planning, and also accomplish what the board wanted to address with the proposal that was going to be presented in May? We would look at this, and this is to your question, Samantha, as a proposition 1, which would include the secure vestibules again, the high school shop expansion, all those building condition survey, roof items, health and safety kinds of things that we talked about, still in the project, proposition 1, the Post and Kill guidance suite and the Miller Hill cafeteria expansion, as a proposition one of $35 million. And then again, within that $35 million are some items that we want to do, if available within that scope. That if, again, bidding conditions are right, contingency is available, that's built into this cost here, that we would address some of these other items. And so the total part of that proposition one package would be $32.6 million. To your question, this proposition one would have to pass in order for proposition two, if proposition two passed, to be accepted. So in other words, proposition two cannot pass on its own. It can only be approved with a vote, a positive vote on proposition two, and a positive vote, positive yes vote on proposition one.
Mike, I'm sorry. I really should get this stuff, and maybe it's because I don't have my fancy schmancy calculator in front of me. I'm trying to tie in on this potential alternate items, the 32.6 to the 35.1, and I know what you're saying. You know, if
netting
bidding
those out.
conditions.
We're actually netting those out of that.
So somewhere up here in like critical building maintenance or whatever, you're going to have like courtyard window head repairs.
Correct.
They're included in the numbers above, but we could have some potential savings there, is what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, it looked, about right, but I'm like, how can 35 plus 22.5 equal 32? Because I see it as an add-on item, not an item that could possibly come off. That's how I was reading it. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So thank you for clarifying that.
Yep. So then proposition two would be the Algonquin College and Career Readiness Center, the multi-purpose turf field, the parking, and these have their contingencies built in, baseball field fencing and relocation of the softball field to the JV baseball field, 12.8 million. So a total project cost of about 45.5 if both propositions passed. If one passed alone, that would stand on its own. If two passed alone, it would not. That would be a rejection of both. Okay. So what I've done here.
Just to be clear, I want all the board members to understand that that's what's being proposed to the board, that we put out two propositions, one to address the safety and the critical building maintenance that was identified by the long range planning. So have that done as a proposition one, and then those additional items as a proposition two. And again, like Michael said, proposition one or two only goes forward if both pass. If proposition one does not pass, proposition two does not go forward.
All right.
I just want to make sure that's what's is understood, that everyone understands that's what's being proposed for the board to consider.
I do.
Okay.
I have a question for Doug and for Chris as they participated in the long range planning, because ultimately the proposition that long range planning had put forth to the board included some of these items, but I don't recall how much of their original recommendation included those critical building things. And what we're looking at right now, proposition one, $30 million of that is just basic upkeep, housekeeping, maintenance, repairs, things that need to be done. So I'm wondering, A, does the length of time that all of this is taking in terms of getting it, over the finish line, is that then increasing the cost of those repairs? Because the longer they wait to be addressed, the more intense that project is. But then also I'm curious if there's any recollection on Doug or Chris's part, how much of their original recommendation do they recall being general maintenance, upkeep, safety, and all of that? Because it's a major part of this.
My recollection is that we spent a considerable amount of time on safety. That is the vestibules in the buildings from a safety point of view being renovated and designed. And the rest, primarily the rest of our work, we traveled from building to building to look at the repairs that were needed. We spent a lot of time prioritizing those repairs. Chris, I think you would agree that that was the bulk of the time, though we did spend time on the turf field.
Yeah, I mean, so Michael, could you scroll back up to Proposition 1 real quick? And I think this may help, I think, maybe answer your question, Megan, but if you look at these items, both of the safety items, that big chunk for the critical building maintenance, what I'll call the unsexy things, but the roofing and a lot of the lighting, things like that, the guidance suite in the Miller Hill cafeteria, and for that matter, quite a few of these things that are listed here in the potential alternate items. And Doug, I think you'd agree, and Peter, you were on there as well, but all these things that you see listed here are priority ones and maybe some priority twos of what was on that list that we formed that basically went through priority 4. Mm-hmm. Does that help?
Yeah, it does. And I remember us as a group going through almost line by line and figuring out how we wanted to address those things, because there was so much on there that we really wanted to do, but just couldn't justify. Like, we had set that dollar amount of what we felt comfortable going to the community with, but ultimately over time, that dollar amount is evolving to, I agree with Mike, we definitely need to move forward, because the longer we wait, like, yes, it made sense to pause, but not permanently pause, because the longer you wait, the worse it's going to get. As far as, eventually that number is going to grow exponentially, and then, the cost for everything goes up. I think I want to try to understand what Doug was getting at with his original question about, the long range planning being 2 years out versus what we're going with now, because I know that we've spent a considerable amount of time addressing all of the things that are going into the Proposition 1. And I definitely see the merit in discussing the Proposition 2, because that brings with it its own, emotional bolstering for the community, and then also for the students. So I guess I just want to understand where Doug's coming from in his comment, because maybe it's just not coming through clear to me.
Yeah. Okay. Good point. We were given a list of building repair items that was put together by the administration with input from the principals. Principals were there and we talked about them. And we were to prioritize, as you know, each of the items on that list. That is, if it's a roof leak, it should be addressed priority 1, so on and so on. Safety items were on there as well. I guess my point is that we did it from right down to replacing toilet fixtures. And now I understand that the project could increase from 25 to 32 million based on an architect's work and more examination of what's needed in each of those repairs. I understand that. I guess nobody likes surprises. And that's kind of the feeling I got recently when I saw the numbers for some of the critical repairs based on the May, 2018 memo of a $25 million project. So I just want to make sure that from the public's point of view, and I want to talk about this a little later, the timeline that we're talking about, that everyone is fully informed as to where we are, where we've been, and everyone is on board with a communication plan. And the communication plan, I think, is really our biggest challenge right now, whether it be for Proposition 1, 2, and how to vote if you want Proposition 2 to pass, which is could be confusing to a lot of people. And we have a pretty big challenge right now. And we also have a challenge to explain to them the December 8th vote, which I understand from a architects and contract letting point of view is probably very appropriate, but it's a busy time of year. And I just want to make sure that we have the trust of the public going into this whole project, and that no one has any questions about where we've been and how come this or that. That was the basis of my concern.
All good points.
I agree with you 100%. And getting back to Chris's point, many of these items were on that original list. And once they were inspected further, it was found out that there probably was more work that needed to be done, which partially goes along with the increase in the cost, especially the roofs, that sort of thing. What I'd recommend right now is just let Michael finish his presentation, because I mean, I've heard this in leadership. To me, it sounds like a really solid plan. And we have discussed in leadership a plan of going forward to the community. It has to be 100% transparent. You're absolutely right. And these are very challenging times right now, which that discussion will come up when we talk about the timeline.
I'm sorry, I got ahead of the presentation.
No, because
it's all good points.
Question, yeah, it's important that we answer the questions and understand the perspectives. You're right about being transparent. We had a lot of conversations in this late winter last year and spring, and they were public. We had a lot of public conversations and open board meetings. So I just don't want there to be, there shouldn't be a perception. And we started communicating the project out to the public. So I don't want people to have a perception, as you say, that we're trying to not be transparent in the project. Very much want to be, and unfortunately, it's through nobody's fault that we weren't able to have that vote in May. That was every intention, was to be able to do it then. So, all right. So what I tried to do here to give you a perspective of, what was the cost, sort of when I talked to the board leadership, the way I described it was, okay, this is what you were willing to put forward to the public to ask them to accept, to maintain their investment that they've already made in the facilities, knowing that, this is that one time that we've got to do something that we don't like to do ever, is to raise taxes. But because of the situation we were in, the circumstances that were favorable to us for a long, long time, how much would you be willing to, what level of work, what was the project scope and cost that you could bring forward to the voters and believe that they would support? And so that $38.8 million project at 4.5% interest rate back then was that 2.38%. But we know now, right now, the interest rate environment has those kinds of borrowings actually in the 2s range, in the 2% range. Now, the last time we borrowed a 15-year note was actually 2.34, and we were confident that it was going to go up, pretty sure it was going to go up from there. And that's why we were using a conservative 4.5, because we didn't want to get, again, to your point, Doug, about transparency. we actually were using a rate that generated that 4.5% that, you know, was pretty conservative, but that we didn't want to be in a situation where we were promising or making a general, you know, a pretty a commitment of 2.38% and fudging this somewhere that wasn't real to get to that number. The likelihood that it was going to be 4.5, I don't know. That was conservative. It may this may have ended up being even less. So we were trying to be very transparent in that we weren't trying to. We were I'd say over projecting the potential tax levy increase to be fair and conservative. So we're in the 2% now. So again, like I said, the dollars go further at even a 3%. So that would mean from 2 to 3%, you know, a 50% increase in interest rate bar, you know, over the period. And I think that's still conservative, that we could get into an environment where 3% is the rate that we're borrowing at. So what I want to do is compare what was this scenario one that we would have had, you know, accepted, so to speak, in the scenario one in the May vote, to what does it look like on this Proposition 1 and Proposition 2 vote. We'll call that scenario 2. So Proposition 1 is the 32.6 million at the 3%. The annual payment on that's about $2.7 million. I call this Proposition 2A and 2B. They're only broken out, not because they're separate propositions, but I'm only breaking them out because we know that part of the turf field you don't like that word, the turf field area is going to have some items, scoreboard, press box, and bleachers and things like that. Some of those items we know won't be aidable, so they're going to be 100% local share. And so I broke those out and gave it the $1.1 million total. And so there's another $11.7 million that will generate state aid. So here's the Proposition 1 part. What would that $2.7 million at 26% local share? That's $710,000. So you're going to see this is that same kind of calculation that we'll go through. What is the 2A part of the proposition, the aidable part? And if we say it's about 26% local share, that debt is $980,000 over 15 years, $255,000 local, and then the 100% local share is the $94,000 of the unaidable parts. Again, subtract out some energy savings and the current local share, and we're at a scenario 2 cost of new local share of $875,000. So that is $120,000 of additional local share over scenario 1, or a 2.76% tax levy increase based on that 1920 tax levy, or about a little more than 1/3% more increase than in scenario 1. So you can kind of look at it this way. In order to get another $6 million, almost $6.7 million of capital project work and investment than scenario 1, where we're only at that 38.8 million, and to be able to address the needs that we talked about, student needs, community needs, we do that for about 1/3% more on the tax levy than we were willing to propose in the first scenario, scenario 1. Okay. Any questions on that? And then I just said, okay, we want to know too then, what does it mean if only Proposition 1 passed? And if only Proposition 1 passed, it would be that 710. We're still going to net out these items, and we're going to come to a 1.66% increase. So we save, you know, there's a differential there of about 1.1%. All right. Now, this is the important factor, because we always like to talk about what's the cost to the mythical $100,000 house, the assessed value, what's it cost the mythical $150,000 house? Well, that doesn't really work when you have 9 towns, because the towns don't all assess at full value. And they all assess at different percentages of full value. So it's easier then to take a look at what is the average property assessment in each of those towns. So that's this column here, this column right here. This information comes right from Rensselaer County, comes right from our tax rolls. So in the town of Berlin, the average that we have within our school district, the average property is assessed at just under $19,000. Now the full value of those, because we get that information too from the counties, about $75,000. So if you go down to our biggest town, Sand Lake, the average property assessment is $177,000. Now, right now, the town of Sand Lake did a full value reval. So the average full value now a few years ago was pretty close to the average property assessment. And by the way, these medians, the medians are pretty close to the average. So we know that about half are above and half are below. And in the town of Postenkill, they don't assess at full value, but the average property assessment there is $39,000 on those. All right, so the average actual property full value assessments 201. So why is it the assessed value important? Because the assessed value is what your tax rate, what your tax is based on. When we calculate the tax rate, it's based on the tax rate per $1,000 of assessed value. So what I did was I took the actual tax rates by each town in 2021. So this is the current year tax rate per $1,000 of assessed value. So in the town of Berlin, the tax rate per $1,000 of assessed value is $62.59. In scenario 1, that was the scenario where we were doing the $38.8 million project. And if we added, so straight add it in 1 year, remember I told you it'll be phased in over multiple years, but if you straight added $754,000 to the 2021 tax levy, it would have increased the per $1,000 of assessed value in the town of Berlin, $1.46 per $1,000 of assessed value. So the additional cost for that average house would have been $27.73. That's the annual cost, the one time, the additional cost on top of what we actually raised on those tax bills during the current year. So if you go down to Sand Lake, the biggest town, obviously, it would have increased it just under 50 cents per $1,000. So the scenario 1 would have been an additional 83,000, sorry. So no, everybody, no heart attacks, $83.44 on the average assessed property in the town of Sand Lake to do scenario 1, okay? Does everybody follow those calculations? And Postenkill would have been $78.11 for the average assessed value property. All right. Scenario 2. So scenario 2 is what we're proposing. And that's an additional $875,000. So in the case of Berlin, I'm just using them, the very first one, instead of being $1.46 per thousand additional. So I'm comparing scenario 1, what we would have sort of accepted, as we said, versus $1.69 per thousand increase. So the additional cost would have been 32. So instead of $27.73 in scenario 1, it's $32.10. So we're basically saying you would have gone forward in May with a proposition scenario 1 that would have increased the average assessed property in Berlin by $27.73. This new proposal would make it $32.10. So we're getting, you can look at it this way again, $6.7 million more of work for an additional $4.37 on the average property in the town of Berlin. So let's go down, because again, our biggest towns are Post&Kill and Sand Lake. In that scenario, again, you would have said in Post&Kill, $78.11 would have been what would have been the additional amount. And in the case where we say Proposition 1 and Proposition 2, it's $90.61. So for an additional $12.50 on that average property, you get $6.7 million worth of additional work, which includes, those items we talked about. And in Sand Lake, an additional $14.20 on the average assessed property to get that $6.7 million. Questions on that? And scenario 3 is, again, if Proposition 1 passed, instead of only by itself, then the change would be, instead of $32.10, which would be 1 and 2, it would only be $19.37 or $12.73 less in Berlin, and in Post&Kill, $36 less, and in Sand Lake, $39 less. Questions on that? So it gives you a sense of the real value increase that we get because of the lower interest rates, how much we're able to do more than we had anticipated in the spring using a very conservative interest rate. And I still feel like a 3% interest rate is, conservative, is reasonable given the current market environment. And there's been conversations, and I don't want to get too deep into the weeds, but I do think it's important that there's talk that, okay, as we come out of the pandemic, there may be a demand increase for, consumer goods, the products that make up, the marketplace, so that there may be, and more people will be getting back into the employment. There may be wage price inflation in there. But even with that, the Fed has said that even if there is some inflation, they are not going to react quickly to inflation, to raise interest rates to sort of dampen any kind of inflation, because they still want to spur the economy to recover after the pandemic. So I think that helps us over the longer period to target a 3% as a reasonable potential interest rate when we go to the marketplace.
Michael, can you just pause right there for a sec? Just on scenario 2, this goes back to Doug's very, very earlier question where, what was it? Let's say 2.5 just for grins and giggles, okay? So the first year, obviously this is going to be phased in, as you said,
Right.
let's say over 3 years. So would you say, like, just throwing out numbers, I don't need like huge calculations or whatever, but look at your biggest one, Sand Lake here, for, we'll say $98. Okay, so for $98, it would not be $98 in the first year or even the second year, maybe by the third or fourth year. So what I'm understanding is it might be like $35 in the first year and maybe $52 in the second year or something like that. And you kind of ease your way up to that. So it wouldn't be that right away.
Here's the you're right. And it's going to, you can look at it like that. And when we have a really like more refined plan, I can show you much better as we start to like plan out the phases and how much the cost will be in each phase. But I just did a quick, so if we were, say we were in the midst right now, we're going to start construction this summer coming up, and we needed $20 million to get through this summer and into the fall, whatever, however, the construction from June of 2021 to the next year. If we needed $20 million and we borrowed a 1-year ban at a 0.5% interest rate, we'd be paying $100,000 in interest on that. We wouldn't even have to raise the taxes because we have enough local share already built into the budget to absorb that. So it's gonna, you're right, it's gonna probably be, like you say, in a 3 or 4 year period, a few years out from now before that will even impact. And you can use that. You can say it's a third, a third, a third. You can say that's at $30 each year over 3 years. No question about it. There's no sort of, that's the end total is going to be that $90, but it will be in increments. So.
Okay. That said, also, I was understanding that correctly. This is my favorite part when you do that. It's so nerdy, but, obviously I'm probably speaking, it's obvious on everybody's, is something along these lines when it comes, whatever proposition or scenario we end up voting on. I think that what you do here is a true depiction of how it hits individual people, and somehow to simplify it for families in the county or in the towns, maybe not 90/61, but approximately $90, something like round numbers. I think it would really help people with their decisions. I mean, if you get too much into per 100,000 or whatever, people that don't like math as much as I do might get a little confused. But I think that what you're doing here is really valuable in terms of drilling it right down to what it means to the taxpayer.
Well, you're absolutely right, Ann, and I agree with that. And I was looking at that 177,000 number, and the confusion that can result from someone who, that includes a vacant lot,
Yeah.
which brings down the average assessment. If we could break out what it costs in our explanation to the public, what it costs for a $400,000 house, which is what they're selling for now and up in the community, I think that would be more transparent than saying that the average property assessment is 177,000, because there hasn't been a house sold in Sand Lake and I don't know how long for that price.
Yeah.
Or you could just
a $400,000 house in the town of Sand Lake, because basically they're assessing at full value, would be $220.
Yeah, if you do it on 100,000 or 1,000 or 10,000, any.
It's 400,000.
People can do. I hope
400,000 divided by 1,000 times 55 cents, $220.
Yeah. So something, I know you're probably already thinking about that, but I think what you're doing here, in a way of making it personal for the taxpayers, is really important, because what you're saying is, here's the value of what you're getting for this enormous undertaking, and this is what it costs you per year, per month, and it's not going to cost you that for the next 4 years quite yet, that kind of thing. I know it's late. I don't want to go too far off course here, but I just wanted to comment that I really like this part, and I think it's very valuable, and I hope you use it.
Yeah, and I want you to know, I mean, I get excited because as we all are, right? We're student oriented, we're kid oriented. We get excited about opportunities for students and things that we'll do for them and for our community. I don't want it to seem like I'm cavalier either about, it's just $220. I think a lot about the cumulative effect of taxes. When, at what point have people, do they feel overburdened? I don't lose track of that either. And there's that struggle. I have family that live in this district. My son he should have already closed, but that's taking longer. He's buying a house in the town of Sand Lake. I have a lot of people I consider friends here. So the decisions we make, I know they impact real people, real families, real budgets. So I don't want you to think that, again, that any of us who, when we look at this, are cavalier about, spending the money, and we try to find the most efficient way to do things so that we can provide opportunities for our students and for the community, and to build a good reputation, which goes a long way to supporting those, property values and things. So, all those things kind of work together, but I just needed to make sure that you do know that we have that conversation. It's that, the push and pull of wanting to do really good things, but knowing that it does create an extra burden for the taxpayers of the community as well.
And as a footnote to that, State Education Department, says that 25% of our students are economically disadvantaged, and 85% of the people in the community own property, which means that we have a significant number of families who are really struggling, who are economically disadvantaged and are going to be impacted quite a bit by $100 or $200.
I agree. But you're right, and when you say that, I completely agree, and that's that struggle, because then you talk about the students that are economically disadvantaged, and our role in trying to provide those students with a connection to the school, and how these certain things that we do and what we develop, and not losing track of the great work we want to do at the middle school too, how that all comes together to create this environment where those students are part of the school community, and that we can support them, and that this is a great place for them to come to, even in the midst of a challenging economic environment in their home situation. So it is that struggle with trying to do really wonderful things for children, and making sure we're not being overburdensome when it comes to the taxes.
Yeah, I think to your point before, Doug, this is all about communication and making sure that we are able to share this information out with the public. At the end of the day, we need to make them as informed as possible, and see how it goes. But I mean, there's challenges in this community. At the same time, as we look at it, we try to figure out how best to make our district look in terms of for new families that may be considering to move here. And looking at all facets of this, I mean, I think you think about it, by the time we get it approved, and I'm glad Michael's moving over the calendar, because even us just looking at getting through the December 8th date, I mean, you remember from when we were on the committee together, I mean, it's like turning the Titanic at times with some of this stuff, how slowly it's ultimately going to go.
True.
So by the time we see, if it were to pass and such, by the time we were to see some of this stuff, I'm not even sure if your grandkids will still be involved. I know mine won't be. But anyway.
I hear you, Chris.
But there are still 2,600 students and a whole bunch behind them, and ones that we don't even know. They're just little ones right now. We don't even know who they are and what they're up to. But we want to, like I said, eventually we're going to come out of this, and we want to come out of it strong and be ready for them, and to give them an exciting opportunity. And so, maybe there'll be more folks like DJ that come back and go, whoa, why didn't they do that? But you know what? It's going to get done. It's like, wait, if I went all the way back up here, we shall get there someday.
Yes, indeed.
Doug, just also to point out too, that the majority of people they're having their taxes collected through their mortgage payment. When you're talking about the mortgage company collecting on a monthly rate, if you're looking at an additional, $97 on the average, $177,000, that's an $8 blip on your mortgage payment. So the majority of those same people are probably spending more than that on their coffee on a daily basis.
Yeah.
So, I don't want to diminish it, because I do fall under that, category of people who struggled through this scenario. But there is a strong possibility that people, especially ones who are having their taxes collected already as part of their monthly mortgage payment, wouldn't notice it as much as you're thinking. I mean, definitely we want to be cognizant to the severity of it, but I don't think we want to necessarily remove it over what equates to, I hate to be Sally Struthers, but 60 cents a day is what it works out to. When you divide it by 365 days of the year, that $98. It doesn't, you can't even buy a pack of gum for that. So and being overburdened and still feeling undervalued as a member of the community. So we're still going to have to do some of this stuff, like the roofs and the, the safety features. So they're still going to see a tax impact for the things that absolutely must get done. But then to have all of those things that absolutely must get done and not have that extra feeling of being valued enough to get the bells and whistles, that also, like, well, what are we paying for? Because they can't see the roof. They can't see and feel the difference like they would see and feel that pride in the community. So that emotional health of the community where everybody can come together and continue to interact with each other. We have a very solid community here. So all of these enhancements are going to continue to build upon that. That's just my personal opinion.
Okay. All right. So, Bill, can I ask you to, you've been waiting 3 hours and 45 minutes for your shot at glory.
Yeah.
Can you just talk about the timeline a little bit? And
yeah.
I'm just going to step out for just a second. Okay.
Why is that? Bill, I asked you to come in at 10:15. You said, no, I'll stay for the whole thing. So.
All right, so let's talk about the timeline a little bit. And so what you see in front of you is something that we drafted up, assuming that we were going to vote on December 8th. And we wanted to, at first, stay within, the confines of when is our board meetings, our scheduled board meetings. So we put this timeline together with those 2 caveats. So as we started to look at that, there's really 2 components to your vote or to setting up your vote. There's the seeker process, and then there's actually the resolution for you to set your date for vote. So I'm going to step back a little bit because the seeker process, and talk about that a little bit. Back on February 24th in 2020, we passed a seeker resolution for the $38.8 million, and that was in anticipation of the May vote. So we have right now, and that was a neg deck, it was a type 2 seeker. And there are really 3 types of seeker. For those of you who haven't been through seeker before, there's a type 1 action, a type 2 action, and if it's not a type 1 or a type 2, it's called an unlisted action. So that's the 50,000 foot view of the type 1, type 2, and unlisted. A type 2 really is reserved for no impacts to the environment. You're doing interior renovations, maybe some small additions to your exterior envelope, but very minimal. So when we were back with the scope in February, we fit into a type 2 resolution, which is very simple, straightforward. It's a 1-page document, and the board approved it as a negative declaration. That allowed us to set up a vote date. You have to pass your seeker resolution first, and allows you to set your vote date. Now, your vote date for your resolution, when you set that up, is 45 days before you vote, but the time starts ticking when your ad goes in the newspaper. Not the night that you say it's okay and you set your vote up, but the day it actually hits whatever your official newspaper is. So that's when you're 45 days. So that's a critical timeline. And that's going to come into play when we start talking about our schedule. So that's the kind of the background history. So if we start to move forward, and if we are now talking about a 2-part proposition, our first part proposition, which is now roughly, I think, 32.6, the scope of that really is covered by the seeker that we passed in February of 2020, because the scope of that really did not change. What did change is for your Prop 2 seeker, or your second referendum question, because that scope did change from what you had approved earlier in your seeker. So this is one of those things called an unlisted action. And one of the biggest triggers for an unlisted action is if you're disturbing less than 10 acres, which we are. So that puts us into the quote unquote unlisted category. And when you go through seeker for unlisted, you have to go through, it's really a two-step process. It is, you have to be declared what's called a lead agent, which means basically you're taking on the process yourself as a public entity and going through the seeker process. There are two key terms when you become a lead agent. There's an involved party and an interested party. An involved party is someone who really has involvement in the project and is not ancillary, and our involved party here is SED. Other interested parties are New York State Department of Environmental Conservation, Rensselaer County, and a couple other the towns that are where the buildings reside. So they get a letter basically saying that we'd like to take on lead agency, and SED really has to give us the jurisdiction to be lead agent, which is not an issue because they always do. They never take on lead agency themselves. They always leave it up to the school district. So it's normal process. It just, you need the letter signed off from them that you can be your lead agent. So, you know, we need to get those letters out to start our seeker process. So when we started looking at our timelines and keeping with a scheduled October 19th board meeting to do your seeker resolutions and to set your vote, it only left us 4 days of float time between when we approve it on the 19th to when it will probably hit the newspaper, which takes probably 3 days. So it cuts us down to 1 day of float time. And I think that's really not enough. If it doesn't hit the paper on that day for whatever snafu reason at the paper or something doesn't happen, you can't vote. So where we're thinking now is, you know, the 19th doesn't leave us enough. You know, we had also talked about maybe doing an October 5th date, which would be the next available Monday because the 12th is Columbus Day. So people probably don't want to meet on Columbus Day. And if we pick the 5th, that'd give us 63 days of the required 45. If we pick something between October 5th and October 19th, obviously we get a little more time for seeker and a little less time for the 45 days. So there will be 3 resolutions actually that we have to pass, and they can all be done on one night. There'll be, the first one will be declaring yourself a lead agent. The second will be the negative declaration on the unlisted action for seeker. And the third would be the set the vote date. So that kind of gives us the background of and lays out what our timeline is leading up to a December 8th vote. So are there any questions on that?
Could you briefly explain what a negative declaration is?
Yeah, that basically means you're not going to, the work you're going to perform does not have an adverse effect to the environment. And since the every place that we are going to perform work has already been disturbed by some other reason, you know, we've already got fields there, they've already been developed. So we're not changing that other than they're currently not lit and we're proposing to put lights there. So that's, you know, an impact to the environment, but it would not be an adverse impact to the environment.
Bill, can you speak to those lights like we discussed the other day about the, you know, the enhancement? Just, you know, I think it's important because we are adding another set of lights. It's closer to the homes over that way, but just how how amazingly coordinated they are with lack of spillage and everything.
Yep. So, you know, the lights that we currently have on our football field are older. You know, they're of a much older technology. The new lights that they have out now, and the person who's leading this charge in the industry is a company called Musco Lights. And currently the lights that they have designed are really straight down lights. If you stand 15 feet behind the light, you'll be in darkness. So while you can see them from afar because they are tall, it's not like they black out if you can't see them. You know, you can drive them down the highway, you're gonna be able to see them. But they don't have the spillage of the old lamps that used to just project light out and all the way around the tower. This really projects light down, straight down from the tower. And most people actually, if they're put anywhere near a walking path, you have to actually put a light fixture on the back of these tower lights so that you have enough light behind it. It's a pretty cool technology. They have a great demonstration kit that they bring out, and pretty much everybody who is putting a light tower up is using this technology right now from Musco.
Thank you.
Yep. So I think, you know, tonight, knowing, you know, kind of what our timeline parameters are, we kind of have to make a decision on which path we want to take as far as a timeline to set up our resolution votes and our seeker votes based on, you know, kind of the parameters of that 45-day window, and making sure we do give ourselves enough float time in case there is some issue with the printer or something happens with communication and typos and things like that. You don't want to bring yourself down to the last day. That's just a little too risky.
Yeah, I just, that, you know, ideally, and I know you mentioned, Doug, earlier about the December 8th vote. Ideally, our goal has always been a May vote, align it with the regular vote, you know, because sometimes it doesn't work out that way, but we, again, for, like you said, transparency purposes, I believe the community will understand. They understand why we didn't do it in May, and that we've got to get moving along. So I believe they'll not see anything sort of nefarious in the December vote. There was several districts that had May votes that are postponed, and a couple of them, I believe, are going to go on the 8th, and there was one maybe on the 15th. So who, Bill, Saratoga's going on the 8th?
Yeah, Saratoga Springs is going on the 8th. I believe Niskayuna is going on the 15th.
Right.
Yeah, I think so.
And I believe Kelly, I think like Cobleskill, was it? Yeah, they haven't decided yet, right? Which
Yeah, I
date?
don't think they've decided, but it'll be the 8th or the 15th.
Yeah, well, we just, you know, to your point, that we felt people are getting busy, and we just felt like the 15th is just too close to the holidays. Just trying to, we could have possibly done it earlier. We have a national election. It's just all kinds of challenges. So I guess I'd say that's the best we can do, and we'll do the best we can to make sure that the community is aware of, you know, what's involved with the project, what the circumstances are, and everything that they'll need to know to make an informed decision.
Great.
Yeah, I think there's one more resolution that may have to come on. We have to talk to legal about this, but we rescinded our vote date back in April. I think it was April 21st. We rescinded the date that we were going to vote in May. I don't know, and we're going to talk to Honeywell about this tomorrow, whether we need another resolution to unrescind our rescinding, or if we can just go out and set a new vote date. So it could be 4, but we'll have clarification on that hopefully tomorrow, unless Jeff has to do some research.
But it's a different project grouping this time around.
It is. Yep.
So it's not the same.
Just want to make sure we don't miss something. That's all.
Yep.
And we are allowed to call a discretionary meeting specifically for this purpose if we needed to stay on the timeline, correct?
Yeah, we would be able to do that.
Right, but we,
Go ahead.
No,
think-
I mean, like, if we need to make a decision and have the resolution to vote on ahead of any of these dates, because theoretically, we're not meant to meet again until, when is our board of, the 19th?
Yes.
Yeah, October 19th.
Right, so if there is a step that needs to be taken prior to that, in order to make sure that we can take that step on the 19th, we can do that, right?
Well, I guess that's what the guidance we need from the board to know is if you're, if you want to move forward with what we've proposed, proposal 1, proposal 2 plan, that we would then move forward with SECRA, and we need to sort of keep that timeline on. And then, yes, we would have to say, we'll need to coordinate an October 5th meeting, that we would need to know that, at this point, if that's the board's, desire.
Okay, so what we're looking for here is a consensus that we're all comfortable with them moving forward.
Yes, please.
That's the purpose of our, or the desired outcome of our conversation is what you're looking for.
Yes, please.
Okay, so I understand.
So thoughts from the board members?
I think that you guys, especially Michael, have done an amazing job with the thoroughness of this. I agree again with Anne about the math, about making it in a simplest term that the average person can understand, so that you really can see the financial impact, whatever that may be, because percentages and things, sometimes it's just really hard to do that in your head, and I'm not one that can do it in my head. So I do appreciate that, and I believe that the majority of the community will better understand it. So we appreciate all the extra steps that you do to put that into a clear picture for everyone. I personally feel like the delay at the time was warranted, but now I agree that we kind of got to get the ball rolling. If we want to see any benefit of the main, even the safety features that need to be completed, those are kind of forefront in my mind as well, that I really would like to get to see those underway for the benefit of the students. So I'm on board to move forward with this timeline.
Thank you, Megan. Anyone else have any thoughts at the moment? I will say, as you guys know, the subcommittee met last week, and that the board members present at that were myself and Peter and Chris, and we agreed that we liked the idea of setting out 2 propositions to be voted on by the public. So we were in support of moving forward at this time also.
Well, I'm not hearing any objections to this, and I feel like the consensus is, hey, let's move along here. And so whatever Bill and Michael need for us to schedule, whatever we need to do to vote to keep things moving, I'm for let's keep things moving. And I do like the idea of 2 propositions. I like it very much, and I thought it was well laid out, and let's just, we got to push forward here.
Right. Now, this is not the final vote. This is just the nod.
Well, I know, we're just on a.
Yeah, no, yeah,
Hey,
exactly.
This is the schedule, let's keep it going. Like,
yes, exactly.
Do we need a motion on the floor to vote on that, or we're good just with a consensus?
We don't need a motion at this point. We'll need a motion on October 19th.
Okay.
Right? Is that right?
Wait,
That's what I was
something
mentioning.
happened on the 5th?
We need the 5th, yeah,
Okay.
please, just so that we stay tight and.
Okay. So that's different than what this plan is, that's draft that's laid out in front of us.
Hey, this is a conversation as we started to today talk through these resolutions. I guess
It's fine
I would
if we
say
need
it's
to add another meeting.
The 5th is a definite maybe. We just got to make sure we're waiting for, we're going to have to wait for, as once we get your nod to go ahead to send our seeker to SED, we've got to make sure that we have that back from them before we can actually pass the resolution. We think it will be by the 5th. And so if we could sort of pencil that in with like a really dark pencil and, and say that the 5th is our target, that would be great. And then we can hopefully, if we get it back much sooner than we anticipate, we can lock it in ink. So
Checking the pencil up, the number 2 kind.
yeah, right.
So everyone in agreement with that?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Samantha, Doug, I can't see everybody on the screen at once. Sorry. Were you guys nodding okay too?
Yes.
Okay.
Actually, I think I literally just agreed to something on the 5th, but this will take precedent. It was a doodle poll and it was like, I was like, oh, we can have a meeting. Sure. It's okay.
So Jesse, just to be clear, the meeting would move from the 19th to the 5th?
I thought there'd be both.
I thought that'd be both.
You want to have 2 separate? Okay.
Based on the amount of stuff we had to cover tonight, I'm thinking maybe we should have more.
Yeah.
We could try and do it all in
I
one.
mean, we could dedicate the 5th to just this referendum if we need to talk through more stuff, or we can think about how to set the agendas.
Yep.
Where you go? Where do you want to go to breakfast?
Sorry.
My dog is snoring like a bear. I'm so jealous.
Oh, I thought that was me.
The best ever is that we don't have to drive anywhere right now. Great.
Well,
right.
I think Jim, are you still at the office?
I am not. Michael and Mark are though.
Oh,
All right.
sorry, Michael.
Oh, I'm happy to.
He lives far too.
I'm happy to be here, and you know what? I'm happy, and you know, like I said to the committee the other day, we've heard a lot of different things this way or that way, and ideas, and people have. It's just good that people will have an opportunity to express what they think, and that there's nothing wrong with that, and I think it's important. And so I'm glad that you're supportive. We appreciate it.
And another item that came up in our meeting the other day was certainly, you know, the subcommittee had time to ask some questions, but certainly if the other board members or even subcommittee members that think of things later, Michael said he has an open door.
Yes.
So we can ask any questions at any point between now and the time we need to vote of him. So feel free to take advantage of that opportunity he's offering.
And Jesse, if you don't mind, I can answer one of the questions that came up tonight a couple of times about the BCS items, the safety items, and how the price may have escalated from when the long range
perfect. Yes, please
worked
do.
on it to the most recent estimates. And I know, you know, I wasn't part of that process, but I know what has happened since we came on board. And some of the numbers, when we looked at them, we just thought they needed to be bumped up a little bit. Some of them, like Peter had said, we looked into them a little bit more. We spent a lot of time with the facilities department and talked through some of the items. And so that's how some numbers became bigger and some numbers actually became smaller. And I think one of the biggest things is that kind of like Megan was saying, things as time went on, would continue to deteriorate. So some things that were maybe priority 2 or 3, the facilities department said, hey, these got to be bumped up now to priority 1. They need to be dealt with. And even some things got added to the list as we walked the buildings with the facilities department. So that's just some of the reason that some more scope was added to the project. And then also just the escalation factor. We did add on escalation factors just to compensate for that. So things just, just added up, and that's where we landed.
Oh, thank you, Callie. That's great information to have. All right. Does anyone have anything else to add to this? So I think we have the nod to keep moving forward, and we'll pencil in dark pencil our October 5th date, Michael.
And a leadership on 9:30.
Okay.
I don't know if you want to add a third rep or whether you want to just do you and Peter.
Yeah, well, I will. Yeah, let's look at the calendar and we'll see what we can do.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mark's a trooper. You're still here, Mark.
Sort of.
Still using the wrong button.
You got to push that other button, Mark.
The other.
I won't be here in 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Just
Okay.
going home. You're that tired, and I tell my kids all the time, watch for deer. Out here, you gotta watch for deer.
Yeah. Okay. Is there anything else on the capital project discussion? All right. Well, as people said before, thank you for the thoroughness and all the information, and for the good input, and Doug for the reminder that we really need to be in good communication with the community after we, when we are able to start communicating with them. Okay, we'll close that part of the meeting. We are actually going to forego item number 12, the policy review.
Callie, you can go. Callie's waving for permission. Yeah, Callie. Bill.
Thank you.
Thank you guys for hanging in there so long.
No problem. Have a great night.
Thanks, you too.
Bill, we're gonna need you to stay for another while though, if you could stay on.
Come on, Jess.
Sorry,
I was trying to do my, hey, I'd like to move forward to the second reading and waive the first reading.
Okay, no, well,
Yeah.
I had too many questions.
Me too. Of course, Jesse.
Good night.
Good night. Thank you,
Good night,
guys.
Callie.
Thank you.
And actually Peter had to drop off. He dropped off about 10 o'clock. So we just want to make sure that the minutes reflect that too. But I think the policy, especially if we're going to be adding another meeting in October, we can run through those policies reviews at that point. I think people are probably, that the discussion was great and necessary. But I think we're probably all a little bit tired, and it's probably better if we don't want to miss anything on this policy review either, because it's late and we're trying to squeeze it in. So that brings us to the board member reports. Doug, do you want to start us off?
No.
Okay. Do you want us to come back to you?
Yeah. What is the protocol here? What are we supposed to report on? I guess I'm still new at this.
So anything you feel might be pertinent, but you can, how about you listen and we'll come back to you.
Okay, no, let me get it over with.
Okay, fair enough.
You know, just going back on the numbers of the project and all of that, and I know that people look at it, some people look at it as 60 cents a day in terms of a cost, but many of the taxpayers look at increases just as a bulk number, just as a cumulative number. And the number that they'll be looking at will be the percent of increase in the school budget next year when they look at a number from their bank or whatever in terms of total number and the cost of the project. So those two numbers added together could come to 4.5%, 5%. So it's getting more significant, and I just want the board and everyone to be aware that that's the total hit for a property owner, not just the 2%.
Right.
Okay, that's all.
No, that's good. It's good to, keep everything on the up and up and think about it all and how to present it all. It's good.
Thanks.
All right. Thank you, Doug. Samantha?
I'm just going to say that I'm very apropos of everything we've been talking about is you get what you pay for. And on display tonight is definitely, you guys are earning your money so much. We have really excellent practitioners here, and it's very much appreciated. The work that you guys did to lay everything out very clearly, the work, Jim, that you guys did to, it's not a perfect back to school. It's definitely been challenging. Well, and now my kids are waking and crying. So tomorrow's going to be a fun virtual day of school. It'll be great. Yeah, it's, I know we're kind of talking about asking for more money and, but it's very wisely spent, human resources and bricks and mortar. So, and with this group, all you guys on the board, it's great to be surrounded by thoughtful human beings. So I just want to send out appreciation for the teachers, for the admin, and then for you guys. It's very trying on like a million different levels. So nice job. And here they come.
Thank you, Samantha. Megan?
Thanks, guys. It has been a challenging first week. And so for the first, for every challenge that we've faced starting off the school year, I can couple an email response from a building admin to my 75th question, or a teacher who took time out of her Saturday to speak with me about my son, or not even just my own personal experiences, the feedback that I get from friends of mine in the district who are parents, or seeing that our food service director made arrangements for additional funding to provide free lunches to all of our students for a definite extended period of time. So when we're looking at budget increases and improvements in the district, and I think about the value that we have in our building administrators and our teachers and our staff that sit at the front doors, and I know that in that capital project are included things like safety features to protect their physical safety, safety features that relate to the safety of the roof, the structural integrity of the buildings, all of those things. And I agree, proper communication to the property owners in the district to explain to them the actual, physical state of the classrooms, making sure that the quality of education and the people that we entrust our children to every day are all well cared for and safe. That's all a factor. I'm really very much looking forward to the virtual families materials pickup for the middle schoolers and the high schoolers. I appreciate that the teachers are going to take extra time out to make sure that the kids meet them face to face and in that socially distanced environment, because not having a physical connection to the buildings on a day-to-day basis is definitely a challenge. But they're going to take that extra time and effort to make sure that the kids get what they need. And every single time we have to vote on a money piece for this district, I am reminded of how much value we get in everyone, from every aide that we have in the building, right up to our superintendent, to Michael, who takes extra time and effort to drill down these numbers. There is not a single thing that goes on in this district that is not extremely well thought out. And any misstep that might be made or thing that needs to be corrected, it's always coming from a basis of quality of care for the students in the district. So I think it's important to highlight that when we take all of these hours to talk about these things, that every single community member should know that it's from a standpoint of really caring about the health and well-being and education of every child in this community, every student, every day. We do live that here. So yeah, we're going to joke about that 60 cents a day, but we need to also show the community what they're getting for their money. And I do think that we do that. And I think we do a really good job of that. So kudos to the district admins who have really busted their butt right up from the beginning of this ordeal straight up through today. Thank you.
Thank you, Megan. Anne?
Well, it's 2 hours past my bedtime and I'm an old lady, so I will be brief. I have 2 things I want to say. And it's kind of weird because neither one of them have really anything to do with what we discussed tonight. But I want to give a shout out to Brody Smith, who was the Eagle Scout that took on the project to fix the cross-country trail in the woods behind the tennis courts next to the fields. He did a fabulous job. Those trails were in bad shape. They had trees across them. They had rocks and roots sticking up. And the kids were running back there. There was huge puddles after a little bit of rain or snow melt. He just did a fabulous job. And I, for one, am really grateful for that. And while my husband, the second item is, while my husband Dan and I were walking on them the other night, as we came out, we were behind the bleachers and it was getting dark. So it was probably around a little before 7. And we ran into Dr. Panzanero, who is a science teacher. He teaches forensics at the high school, if you don't know that. And he's hauling. And we're like, what are you up to? He's looking around. He's out there at 7 o'clock at night because he wants to create a crime scene for his students. And we chatted for a while and he talked about how he picked up a newly killed raccoon off of 66 out in Post-and-Kill by AMS. He brought it home. He had like crime scene tape in his backyard and he created all this and he took pictures and he documented the fly larvae. And I was so into this stuff. I'm telling you, I don't know how I became an accountant, but to me, his excitement and enthusiasm to do this for the kids, I almost wanted to cry. And he's just one of many examples. He goes out and he gets these grants and he put together, I don't know if you saw it during the pandemic where he had that screen behind him. Well, he's really perfected that. He's, buying lumber to build this thing that he can present to the kids on this glass screen. And he's just one person that I got to talk to about his enthusiasm for the kids and material, and he wants to share that. And I don't know, I just felt so incredibly blessed that I am part of that community and so lucky to have someone like him in our district. And I know there's many, many more just like him that we just don't see. And he quietly does it just like they all do. Like everybody's sitting here just when nobody's looking, you know, just to make things better for the kids. So I'm eternally grateful. So thank you.
Thank you, Anne. Chris?
How do I follow raccoon carcasses and fly larvae? I mean, that's a mic drop right there. Looking forward to the virtual open house later this week. Appreciate all the efforts that the administrative team has done and the staff in general. The fact that things, I mean, listen, nothing ever goes perfectly in a normal year when you're starting up. And to see how little there's been in terms of commotion and things going on. And, you know, it's just, it's a true testament to all the work that's been done. So hats off. Look forward to continuing to work through here on the capital plan with folks. I think, you know, there's nothing that's been mentioned tonight that isn't all valid. And, you know, we represent the community. So we just got to make sure to inform them as best possible and ultimately let them make the decisions. But I'm happy that we're at least looking to do it here in the fall. I truly was concerned that we weren't going to be able to get it done here in this calendar year. And then my fear was that we really weren't going to have an opportunity to put something forward to the public. So I'm happy that we're getting it out in front of them and appreciate the efforts to do that. That's it. Thanks.
Thanks, Chris. And I just wanted to extend a big thank you to all the faculty, staff, and administration who work so hard to make the start of school open smoothly. I mean, like Chris said, there's bumps in any year. And in this year, that was just so uncertain. I think they did a fantastic job and it's been successful so far. So thank you to everyone which is everybody who works for the district. So we appreciate that. All right. I think we're on to item number 14 to adjourn the meeting. Do I have a motion?
Megan.
Megan, second.
Yeah.
Sam?
Oh, then yeah.
Yep. Okay. Just making sure I heard everybody correctly. It's hard not to see everybody at once. All right. We'll call discussion. No, we'll call it to a vote. All those in favor of adjourning? Aye. All right. Thank you, everyone. Have a good night. Look forward to reschedule or, adding a meeting. So just keep that in mind. Thank you.
Thanks.
Good night, everyone.
Good night. Good night.